Mic check. There we go. What's going on, everybody? You over here on 863 Seminole TV. And it's our Friday night get together. Grab your cognac or whatever else y'all drinking and come join your boys on the triple shot. So let's get it started. Let's bring in my two co-hosts. There they go. I'll put them in the middle. All right. What's going on, fellas?
I'm good, man. How you doing, bro?
Chilling. There we go. Terrence, what's up?
What's up? What's up?
Terrence got us on the screen behind him?
Yeah, man.
Oh, snap.
You got a whole production over there.
Oh, man, I'm trying to pull up and have a good time, man. The lady done stepped out for the night, man.
Oh.
Peace and quiet at the house.
Y'all going to be doing the drinking tonight because I got to work in the morning.
There you go. There you go. We got you.
But I see we're not going to waste no time. We got a guest, so I would definitely want to get him in. And Jerk, I'm going to let you lead the way on this. And sure. I'll follow your lead. Benny T. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's he coaches in Texas, correct?
Yeah, Benny's a high school coach in Texas, man. I've been knowing Benny since like the 6th grade. He played college ball at SMU. One of the better athletes, not even exaggerating, better athletes I've ever been around. And just thought I'd invite him over to get some of his perspective. You know,
yes, sir.
This college football stuff. He's directly tied into it now. So yeah, that's how it goes.
Yes, sir. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get him in here. There we go.
Benny, what's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, y'all?
How you doing?
Yeah, man. We just Benny, we typically just grab a drink, man. We chill out, man. And I think the first night we Oh yeah.
Hold on, let me grab one real quick.
There you go. And change the whole outcome of this thing.
Oh, I do.
Mm-hmm.
Aye.
Hey, little man, I saw you going back and forth with some joker on Twitter.
On Twitter, yeah.
I'm like, man, these
it's
dudes.
the same argument, bro. I'm just tired. Look, we all like Jordan Travis, bro, but
yeah.
It is what it is.
There you go.
He got what?
So what we got Benny on Jameson. Jerg got some beers. What kind of beers you got?
I'm on Golden Monkey right now, man. That's my favorite brew, man.
The Golden Monkey. I ain't never even heard of that one.
That's a Dallas one.
Huh?
That's a Dallas beer. They
a local beer.
Nah, man. This it's from Pennsylvania. I got put on it while we was in Florida. Used to go to Water Beer out there all the time. Yeah.
What you got, Terrence?
I'm dabbling a little bit of everything, man. I had these Crown Apple cans, man.
Boy, damn alcoholic.
I mean, functioning.
Boy, damn alcoholic.
And then Grand Marnier and Martell. So, get a French connection thing going on there.
That's right.
Okay. Well, go ahead, Jerg. I want you to lead the way, and then I'll piggyback off where you lead us.
That's fine.
Yeah. Oh, she got to come say what's up. How's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Podcast real quick.
A little podcast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Real quick, shout out to Rose. It's not an IPA. It's a Belgian triple. It's a Belgian triple. It's not an IPA. But no, hey Benny, man, we try to give a little introduction, man. But if you don't mind, just kind of sharing a little bit about yourself for the people, man, where you're at, your situation, stuff like that, what you're doing, etc.
Yeah, I'm down here in Houston, coaching at Seed King High School, coaching football, assistant linebackers coach, and then coaching basketball as well. I've been out. I've been living in Texas now for 12 years. 4 years up in Dallas, and then this is my 8th year. Well, about to be my 9th year in July.
That's great. Time flies by, man. I've been out here 7 already. And one of the first things I told these boys, man, when I got out here, I went to a playoff game. It was Allen when Kyler Murray was there versus like Lake Dallas High School. And I'm going out, a playoff game in Florida, you're looking at 23-20, 19-12, something like that. Score was like 73-62 or something crazy like that, man. And I think I hit you up about
Jurgen, we losing you.
Oh, my fault. You hear me?
Is it me or is everybody losing Jurgen right now?
Yeah, I'm losing them too.
Okay, so not just
hold
me.
up. Can y'all just not hear me right now?
That cheap ass internet ain't cutting it. Okay, here we go. You back now.
Hey, don't do me like that, man. Nah, I was just saying, man, like I was out here, man, and it was Kyler Murray at Allen, and the first thing I noticed, man, like that playoff score was like 73-62, something crazy. And I just realized things is done differently out here, man. So from you, being in it now, and you can tell the people, man, what's the biggest difference you see as compared to what you grew up with to what you see out here every day in Texas?
I think out here, the emphasis is really placed on offense a little bit more. Back in especially South Florida, the first thing you want to think about is stopping someone. Well, that's not necessarily the case. And I'm not talking about every single program out here, but I've noticed that the better athletes are playing a little bit more offense than they are on defense out here. So they put more of a premium on scoring first. And it's just a little different. And I also think it comes down to the coaching as well, where in Florida, a guy may work for the city during the day and literally come coach you after school. But out here, we have guys that are leaving college jobs that are coming and being assistant coaches at the high school level. Wow. So the coaching plays a big part in that. There's a little more imagination when you come out here to Texas. The facilities play a part in it too, I believe. I'm at a school now that has an indoor facility, $30 million stadium on campus. You got 3 extra practice fields, like stuff like that. We didn't have that growing in Florida, so I think all of that.
Yeah, I've mentioned that a million times. Like Jurg and Terrence lived there. I lived in Texas for a total of, I want to say 7-8 years. I've been there 2 separate times. It was the first place I seen a high school stadium that I was like, this isn't a small like college. Like what? This is ridiculous. So right. Yeah, I completely have seen what you're talking about. What about the type of kid? Do the kids from Texas to Florida, do they differ any as far as, I don't know, attitude? Just mainly their attitude and their mindsets. Not so much the skill, but do you approach a Texas kid differently than you would approach a South Florida kid?
The mindset, well, the kids in Texas really don't want to leave Texas. As far as like when it goes to college, in Florida, you can get a top 5 guy to go out of state, and it's not as hard. But in Texas, you got to really come with something when you're recruiting these kids out here. When it comes to like the day-to-day grind, I mean, the kids, it's the same. The kids that want it, they come get it. They go get it every day, just like in Florida. I still think the better athletes are in Florida, but in Texas, they're a little more polished as far as at the high school level, and you're getting a little more. I feel like more of the kids are a little more ready to play right away in college that come from Texas than in Florida, but you have more of an upside in Florida.
See, that's what I was going to ask, bro, is do you feel that the kid in Texas is closer to being maxed out than the kid that you're getting that went to Ely and Pompano or went to, Palm Beach Lakes or something like that? You know what I mean? So I'm guessing you're saying that essentially.
Yeah, I fully believe it. And we actually have a coach in our staff that just came from college, and that was like one of the first things he told me when he found out I was from Florida. he was like, these kids right here, I mean, they're going to be polished and they're going to be ready, but that ceiling isn't nearly as high as the kids from Florida because of the coaching that they're getting at an early age. Even in middle school out here, like you have some really good middle school coaches too. So yeah, it's more upside than Florida kids.
No, that's definitely dope, man. I don't know, man. It was a culture shock for me, and where this all starts, man. I think we're talking about FSU had a kid. This is an FSU primary channel, Adrian. So don't see all that hate out yet, but they had a Texas kid right here from my backyard commit. The linebacker, I forget his name, Adrian. Eubanks, right? But he was a bit of like a linebacker safety tweener. And if you watch him play, he looks like he's playing off the ball in a 33 stack and kind of move him over to the nickel and those kind of things like that. So he just didn't look, he didn't really, as we grew up knowing a linebacker, he didn't look like him. You know what I'm saying? We had this kid at Miami, this tight end, Arroyo. You rarely see the kid put his hand in the dirt. He's out here running the whole route tree, as opposed to what we're used to, which is you playing tight end. You're probably blocking 65% of the time before you get out here and catch 75 passes. So it definitely very different, man. And I think it's kind of hard to figure out. I don't know if y'all agree, when we're looking at these kids and we're looking at our classes come in, like, what's that kid really going to be in 4 years? And do we get him where he's going to be for the next 4 years? You know what I'm saying? It's really, really, really different, man, with these Texas kids, man. But I say this, man. I know, Benny, you came from when you went to SMU, that was after that big gap that they had of not going to a bowl game, right? Like it was like 20 years, something like that.
Yeah, we had 25 years where we didn't go. We didn't have any postseason play.
Right.
We didn't get bowl eligible.
Right. And you played, that was Coach Jones, June Jones, man. So the big thing I wanted to ask you, man, and it relates to both of our favorite programs, whether it be Miami or Florida State, there has to be something that you noticed that clicked with your football team while you was at SMU, right? Like when y'all finally turned the corner, there had to be some kind of indicator. So as we're kind of watching both of our programs right now, FSU's kind of in the thick of it. Miami's trying to take that next step. Like what would be an indicator to you to be like, oh man, they're headed in the right direction? I
would say when you start beating out some of the more of the traditionals for kids, that's when you're getting better. Like we took a couple kids that no one thought we could get, and then they end up playing in the NFL because they were that good. But I think as far as like when you can see your program changing is when you don't see necessarily, you don't always have to be better players, when you get better people in your program. A lot of programs are bad because the kids are bad. They're bad people. And it people like, oh, the bad boys that can play, yeah, but majority of them can't play. So when you have really good people, it translates over onto the field as well, because these are the guys who are showing up on time for weights, the guys not breaking curfew, the ones that are getting their study hall hours.
They set a standard.
Yeah, and they really create a culture. And now the few bad guys that you do have in your program, well, they're gonna get in line, because I don't want to be the only bad guy, right, bad person in the program. So once you see your program getting better people, you'll see the play improve as well.
I like that, man. I think that's, Ayla, I don't know how you feel, because you've been talking about, like, for the last year since I've been watching you, Ayla, FSU and Norvell's kind of been pushing these kids
cheap ass internet again.
Come on, man.
I heard him perfectly fine. I don't know.
Okay, what did he say? Because I didn't hear him. He cut off in the middle of it.
He was saying that he's been watching you for the past year, and like
and then it cut off.
He said the thing that you've been saying as far as Norvell and what he's trying to do with the program is along those lines, like trying to change the culture in a sense of, okay, being on time, like doing the small things first, which is what Coach Mike wants. And I agree with that, and I agree with what you're saying, Benny. I just think there's a balance to that, and maybe that's because I prefer, like, I remember back when it took that balance of you need some good guys, but you need some dudes who's gonna be ready to fight on your squad to win a national championship or play Florida State type football. That's what that, and that's the same way UM won to me. Like you couldn't tell me it wasn't anybody on the, like you were afraid of some dudes even on those 99, 2000, 2001 teams when y'all had that ridiculous run with Ken Dorsey. You had a good guy in Ken Dorsey that was a little clean cut, but then they had those dudes, even Greg Olson, Jeremy Shockey, they was over there in the other dorms smoking weed, dropping rap albums and stuff. Like, it was a balance of all of that. So I mean, I think with what you're saying, like you kind of related being beaten out the top programs for certain players. That's not, I don't know, or the traditionals better yet, for some top players. I wonder if that's where, if that's the case, if that's what Florida State has to relate to and what UM has to relate to, maybe we have fallen off a little bit more than we really want to let on.
I want to circle back to Benny. I'm gonna let you go, but I want to circle back to something you said, Terrence, about the bad guys and this and that. I agree to an extent. Like you can look at all those teams and say they were bad guys. There's a difference between being, maybe somebody that has some extracurricular activities, but can you question their work ethic?
Right.
You feel me? Just because you might be a quote unquote bad guy, there's guys who are bad guys, but they came on that football field to work every single day and put it all out there. The problem FSU was having is that not only were you bad guys, but you were lazy in the weight room, you were lazy in the locker room, you were lazy on the practice field. So I think, like, if you go back to Miami and some of those classic teams, those bad guys you want to talk about, I bet you can't name one of those guys that didn't work, that didn't put in the work. You feel what I'm saying?
So let's put that to the 2013 FSU team. We got some guys that we know once they got to the league, they was just lazy guys. Did that change at FSU? Who was getting them in line then? I mean, we had some leaders that maybe got them in line, but I think that's what ties to what Benny was saying was like, I guess maybe people just got in line because they didn't want to be the only one. Because we could go look at Carlos Williams, Kelvin Benjamin, and realize they didn't have the work ethic. Otherwise, they're Pro Bowlers in the NFL right now. They had the ability.
But those weren't bad guys. They were lazy guys, but they weren't bad guys. And like Benny said, they didn't want to be out. I mean, was Telvin Smith, and we can go down a list where they're going to allow guys to not live up to the standards. So once they got in the NFL and were able to do things on their own, their kind of true nature showed out. But go ahead, Benny. I want you to go ahead and get to your point.
To an extent, I get what he was saying, but yeah, like you pointed out, those guys like the Michael Irvins, the Kenny Berrys, those guys were literally like every day they were laying it on the line,
yes.
And also times have changed, and FIU wasn't there, UCF wasn't there, South Florida, FAU wasn't there, so there was there was less competition as among schools. Like, what are we up to? Like 127 Division I schools now. Well, back in those days, there was what in the 80s and the 90s, there was what 90.
Right.
Good point.
Florida State wasn't losing guys to South Florida. Well, they are now. Miami wasn't losing guys to FIU. They lose a couple here and there to FIU. So I mean, it can kind of balance out. But yeah, I don't think they were bad people as far as like the work ethic and doing what they had to do in order to be successful on the field.
Well, so you're talking about, Benny, basically the environment to an extent. It doesn't matter how good the coach is. There has to be some peer pressure in that locker room, right? And that's what you're alluding to, is whether or not that dude is rough around the edges, there has to be people around him who aren't so rough. So like Terrence mentioned, and for Miami right now, a good example, De'Aaron King coming to Miami was a godsend for us. We had a quarterback last year who was out partying the night before FIU to get our ass kicked, right? But now you have a guy that's here going through ACL rehab, hosting meetings with the backups, his soon-to-be backups, making sure they're in line, keeping them straight, keeping things going. We didn't have that, So I definitely agree with what you're saying in that regard. And to your point, though, Terrence, and this kind of alludes to what you were saying, Benny, about these other schools competing. We all know what a South Florida kid looks like as a football player. We knew what we grew up with, right? And that kid isn't necessarily a lock to go to Miami anymore because, like you said, Benny, he could go to USF and the dude tell him, hey, you're going to play day one. And he says, well, I'm trying to be 3 and out anyway. You know what I'm saying? and you lose that kid to go, play mid-major ball, stuff like that. So I definitely understand that aspect of it, that side of it. Definitely understand that.
And they gonna get looks.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you're out there chasing the check, what are you gonna pick? You're gonna pick probably the best program in the country, right? Whatever that is at the time, or you're gonna go pick where you can go run for 300 carries as a freshman, as a Florida kid. But kind of like what Benny was saying about these Texas kids, it seems like I'd probably want to stay in Austin if I can do it, right, Benny? Like, or go to a Houston or go to College Station or things like that, because Texas is, it's home to them. But yeah, I never, I guess I never really thought about that, man. You have 4 or 5 Division I programs, 6 Division I programs in 3 hours of each other in South Florida. And what are you going to do? Those kids got to go play somewhere. So definitely some good things, man.
Benny, what part of Texas you coaching again?
I'm in Houston, Northeast Houston.
So you're close. You're closer to A&M. But my question is, because again, I lived in Texas, and I don't care how good A&M is. Texas is a Longhorn state. It is. Texas is the Longhorn state.
Here you go.
It is.
I mean,
my question though. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Ask your question.
I was gonna say my question is, what Texas has fallen in that state. Like, obviously A&M is the better program at this point. My question is, what are the kids that you coach or I have contact with? What are their thoughts on the state of the University of Texas? Why isn't Texas? Is it just because of on the field? Is it some other stuff? Because Texas is like the richest college program in the country. Period.
They got the coin.
What is it about Texas that kids? Is it because A&M's in the SEC now? Like, what is it?
I really don't have an exact answer for that. I guess the on-field play. They just haven't been winning the way Texas used to win. The fact that A&M, is in the SEC, so now more of the kids are gravitating towards SEC schools because they know they can play. They can play in the state, especially if they're in the SEC West. They're going to play in the state twice while they're in their 4-year career. A&M Manziel,
Johnny changed it.
When he was playing there, they literally had set a record one year where they gave like $460 million. So now A&M's not necessarily behind anymore in facilities where they may have been in the past. College Station is, like if you live in Montgomery, which is, 50 minutes outside of Houston, you literally can get to College Station in 45 minutes. Like, it doesn't take long. So maybe the kids they want to be able to drive home a little, on the weekends a little bit more, even though Austin's not that far from Houston. But since I've been down in Houston, I found out that Houston's more of an A&M town.
Well, yeah.
What I can see. I could be wrong, but I sense that Houston's more of an A&M town where I run into more Aggies than I do Longhorn fans.
That definitely makes sense for your area. I lived in Central Texas, so it was all Longhorns over there.
Mm-hmm. And you've lived in Dallas too, Benny. The thing for me out here, I see just everybody's like spread out evenly. Like I see a lot of love for the local schools, for one, SMU and North Texas right up the road. Right. But I see a lot of love for those schools. But I see Texas Tech popping up, TCU. Like, I see love for all of them in this area. And I don't think just Texas. It has to be the on-field product. Like they're just not doing what they've been doing or what they expect. That's the only thing I can imagine.
Because I've been out here 7 years myself, and whenever Red River weekend comes in, I feel like the whole town turns red. I feel like Dallas becomes 100% Oklahoma. And, the Oklahoma footprint in Texas is crazy. I dropped off my kid at school this morning, 2 kids with Oklahoma socks up to their kneecaps. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird to me, man, but they're out here, man. And I wonder
Oklahoma's always had a staple in Texas, though.
That's an hour up the road, though.
Right, but you mentioned the on-field product. Do I want to go play for whoever's coaching Texas or go to Oklahoma, where they've had since 2000 they've had 3 Heisman winners? or something like that. Bradford, Mayfield, and
Kyler.
Yeah.
Right? Adrian Peterson was a Heisman candidate.
No, you mean 4 then?
Boy, AB won, right?
No, Jason White won a Heisman.
Yeah, White did.
That year they played LSU in the championship.
Yeah.
That's actually 4.
He put up crazy numbers that year though.
But still, like, really?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, Oklahoma has a better like if I'm a kid, I like watching their games and because they score. So these kids, I know they love it. So if I'm gonna go play offense, I mean Texas' offense is okay, but they don't have the flash that Oklahoma has.
Right.
So maybe that's in recruiting, maybe that's helping them. I mean, there's some other factors that I know are going on, but we're kind of talking to the public right now, so I'm not going to speak. But
absolutely.
Yeah, Oklahoma has a really good product on the field, and they've been putting guys in the league. And if I'm sitting in your living room and I'm recruiting you, like that's what kids want to hear. I'm going to the league. They want to hear, that you have a track record of sending kids to the league, and Oklahoma's it right now.
Yeah, man. I think, Adrian, to your point, the on-field product is probably the biggest influencer. And then he mentioned the Manziel effect. Remember, Texas A&M was viewed as being a top 5 program for 2 years there because of Johnny, right? Shout out to Mike Evans, too, who was like the best receiver I've seen in college recently up until maybe last year with Jamar Chase.
Yeah, the juice.
Yeah, man. I mean, Mike Evans, and Ben, you would know this from watching football, man. But, this dude lined up on one side of the field his entire college career and ran 4, maybe 5 routes, and you couldn't stop him. You couldn't stop him. It was ridiculous what they did with Mike Evans. But if you mix that and you go from Mike Evans and those Texas A&M teams to now, how many times has Oklahoma won the Big 12 in a row now? It's like 8 years or something like that, or 8 out of 10 or something crazy like that.
Something like that. I don't.
You know what I mean?
Ridiculous number.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, I think it's maybe more of that. What do you think about Sarkisian though? Benny going over there to Texas.
Don't know. I know they let one of their lead recruiters leave. His brother actually works with me, and that's gonna hurt. But I mean, maybe the Saban effect will rub off on him, and he takes some of what Saban was doing and brings it over to Texas. I don't know. There's no reason why they shouldn't be a top 3 program every single year, a top 2 program every single year in the Big 12. But I mean, I really don't have an opinion on Sarkisian yet, and I'm just kind of waiting and gonna wait and see.
Sure.
So Benny, you grew up in South Florida.
Mm-hmm.
You grew up a Canes fan?
I was a Canes fan. I was a Rattler first, so I'm always gonna be a Rattler. My whole family.
Okay.
But
I can respect that.
When it came to the big boys, yeah, I mean,
you sound reluctant to say that, like, Miami, I guess.
He's just not trying to rub it in on y'all. Man.
They was the closest school.
Yeah, they was in the area, so I said, all right.
Yeah, so yeah, I rock with the Canes. Ed Reed, Sean Taylor, rest in peace.
Okay.
McGahee,
What's your thoughts on Miami football right now? And your thoughts on Manny Diaz?
It's gonna be a good one.
That's 2 different things.
It's gonna be a good one.
I was surprised they went back and got Manny, and then I really remembered his dad used to be the mayor.
Yeah.
It just kind of I think it at the time when they had the opening, it lets you know the mindset of the leadership in Miami. Right. They didn't view themselves as a top 5 job. If not, they would have gone out and gotten who at the time would have been a top 5 coach. But I think he's doing a pretty decent job right now. If he can sustain this the level of success that he kind of had last year, I feel like they'll be back in the ACC race. They've only been to the ACC title game one time, if I'm not mistaken, since they joined the
think so.
ACC.
Yeah, it's
Think
once.
so, something like that.
Yeah, and I think if they keep the continuity of the coaching staff, recruiting, and they gotta somehow try to do their best to lock down the state of Miami. I mean, I feel like he can do it, you know, but keeping them kids at home it's gonna get tougher and tougher, and that's what you got to do in order to get back to where they were the glory days, you know.
Let me ask you this, because you mentioned the hiring at the time, right, of Manny Diaz coming in. I thought everything in my heart told me that they were going to go after Cristobal at Oregon. That's what I thought was going to happen. I thought that was, I mean, a surefire shot as you could have got at the time, instead of going back and getting Coach Diaz. Did you see that? Did you see somebody else that you would have thought would have been on the radar at that moment? Or do you, was it for you maybe they just moved too fast in the process? Did they need to wait a couple weeks or something like that?
I don't think I think they may have reached out to Cristobal, but if I was Cristobal, I don't think I'd take the job either at that time, because he has a good thing rolling in Oregon and he has job security. You come back down here to the South, he knows how rough it is back down here, especially in recruiting. So I don't, maybe they talked to him, maybe they didn't. I don't know. I can't recall in my head right now who else was available, but I mean, yeah, I don't know if Cristobal would have, if they even offered it to him. I don't know. I understand why he would want to stay in Oregon.
Sure.
The
money they got. Oregon's a weird job to me. We've talked about this with Adrian and Terrence just on inside conversation. Mm-hmm. But Oregon is one of these sneaky, like, okay, you got that Nike funding behind you. You got every gadget you can think of. You got it at Oregon, right? I think he's been having some excellent classes, especially for their standards, since he's been up there, but it just kind of, I guess it's kind of sad in a way, right? Because like you mentioned, if we viewed ourselves as the type of program we want to be, then it should have been no question Mario takes the job, right? So it's just, we'll never know what the disconnect was, but clearly there's a disconnect there, because, man, if there was a guy I thought we were going to get, I thought it was going to be Mario and call it a day. Manny's never been a head coach anywhere prior to being at Miami. That's high school. That's, probably even Pee Wee. I don't think we've heard of Manny Diaz having a head coaching, record anywhere.
He even got fired. Taysom Hill got him fired at Texas.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah.
But I mean, I guess they wanted to keep the momentum going, because I mean, he was the DC when they kind of started that upswing. I don't know if I was 100% in agreement of forcing Rick out.
You think?
Explain on that, because every Miami I talk to, this is not counting Jerg, who's on our panel, but like the guys in my chat, obviously, they all say it was time for Rick to go. They were sick of Rick. They were, why? Why?
It was a long time coming to them. Yeah.
Yeah, Rick had only been there 2-3 years, but you asked them, Rick had been there 10 years, and it was a long time coming. So yeah, explain why you think that.
It's one of those deals, like, and it seems like it gets shorter and shorter. They forget what you did for them.
Right.
And so you understand why coaches leave after 3 or 4 years. You really shouldn't stay after 3 or 4 years, because they get tired of you. Regardless of if you won a national championship 3 years ago, I mean, that was, 2 years later, you go 500 and they think you can't coach. They think you all of a sudden lost your ability to coach. Yeah. But with Rick, they wanted him to get a little flashier on offense, and he had what's his name?
His son, I think, right? Was the coordinator?
He was a quarterback's coach, but the coordinator was the running
Thomas Brown.
Mm-hmm. They wanted a little more. They wanted a little more flash. They wanted to see the ball being thrown around a little bit more. But when he took the job, I mean, he left it better than when he got it. So
absolutely,
there are certain people. I wouldn't consider him legendary status like a Bobby Bowden or Jimmy Johnson or Sullenberger, but I think he's right up under it. So in my book, I thought he deserved a little more respect on that part. and I wouldn't have tried to force him to change what he was doing. I probably would have rolled it out a little bit more.
Mhm.
But I mean, and then Rick, I mean, he's a South Florida boy, so
Mhm.
I think I would have gave him a little more time before I kind of pushed him out.
I feel like you just put him on Jimbo's level, though. Is that what we're saying here?
No. What he's saying
yeah.
is
No.
I got a whole nother conversation for Jimbo.
yeah.
We don't need to talk about him. But
Two-
because you said right underneath that level of like, I think you're selling. I think that's saying a lot about him.
You think you're overvaluing him?
Yeah, he's overvalued in my
No,
opinion.
you can't say that. You can't say that because he comes in, he basically forces the program to invest in the indoor practice facility. We were 30 years behind in facilities, right? It was Mark Rick going out to all the Pee Wee games in South Florida and Pee Wee practices, doing random pop-ups, letting these kids know he's here, right? He's getting Manny and these guys. A guy like James Williams for us, who just signed last year, Leonard Taylor, we've been recruiting them since they were basically 8th and 9th grade, right? If Rick's not here, none of that happens in terms of getting those relationships built in South Florida and starting what is a little bit of consistency, right? Because when you talk about Manny earlier, the only thing I could think of, Benny, is that they wanted to keep it consistent if they knew Rick was leaving. That's the only thing I could think of, right? Because one thing we didn't lose Avante Williams, we didn't lose James, we didn't lose Leonard, all these guys we built relationships with by bringing in what could have been another miss head coach like Al Golden, you know what I'm saying? Or another, not that Randy Shan, Randy Shan is another conversation, but you get what I'm saying. Like, you could have missed on another head coach, but instead you had that constant recruiter, that defensive mind, you keeping all that in house. So I get what you're saying though. Like, he doesn't have a natty, so you can't put him up there with, Dennis Erickson and these guys, right? But he definitely did a lot for the program that's really not being appreciated, I think, as much as people think so.
And I say that more so as about his body of work from the time when he was at FSU as the coordinator, when he went to Georgia, and them Georgia people will make you think that he couldn't coach.
Georgia fans act like Mark Rick didn't do anything.
Right.
Yeah, he's solid. He was a solid coach for a long time.
Kirby Smart ain't nothing but Mark Rick 2.0.
Right.
And maybe not even, because Mark Rick built that program. If you want to be real, Kirby just kind of is maintaining it. But Kirby isn't doing anything that Mark Rick hadn't already done. Because
that year, he got to the national championship his first year, right? At Georgia.
Yeah, Kirby.
Yeah,
Kirby. Yeah.
So, I mean, he made maybe 15 of those guys are his guys, but that's Rick. That's Rick recruiting.
That's all Rick. That team is Rick.
And so I'm like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, that could have been Rick playing for the national championship, and Rick getting his safety to stay on his side of the field and cover two instead of drifting all over to the other side. And then, but I mean, it is what it is.
That's one of the biggest blown coverages. If we look at the history of football, that's got to go down as one of the biggest blown coverages ever, right? You're in a two shell, and all you see is the receiver just to Assad as soon as the ball was snapped. He let the ball go. You know what I'm saying? That was terrible. Georgia's going to be Georgia, right? We've talked about that all the time, Alo. Like, Georgia fans have this idea that they are, we're SEC, and Herschel Walker is in Alabama. And it's like, no, you're still Georgia. Your ceiling is like, you know what I'm saying? I
think what hurt Rick, man, and people don't talk about this enough, but this dude literally coached against maybe two of the best modern day college football coaches, and Urban Meyer and Nick Saban. Like, it's not Rick's fault. Urban had everything clicking at Florida, and Nick Saban's been at Alabama for the last 20 years or so now. I mean, nobody's beating Nick. And at the time, very few people can beat Urban Meyer until he decides to quit on a program. But when Urban Meyer's all in, those programs click.
That's what he does, though. So
here we go.
But see, that's the thing I say about if you have a top 5 job when they wouldn't hire Manny, and I got what Jurgen was saying as far as the continuity, and he did because he kind of was a younger coach and he kind of had the Miami Knights flavor to him, and he was a hometown boy. But if you view yourself as a top 5 or a top 10 job, well, I got to go get a top 10 coach. Mm-hmm. If Alabama, whenever Nick Saban says I'm leaving, you know who they're going to go hire?
There's going to be a short list, but they're going to try to get Dabo.
It's going to be Dabo. It's going to be Dabo, and you know what they're going to do?
Dabo will be their first choice.
Here you go, Dabo. Here's $200 million because you know why? I have a top 5, I have a top 3 program, and I'm going to go pay for a top 3 coach. And he's an Alabama boy, and they're going to offer him more money than what Clemson can afford to give him. Yeah. Even though that's going to be hard, but they're going to give him because they like, I have a top 3 job. I'm going to go get a top 3 coach.
I'm with you on that. And he's an alum, so it's like
right.
Yeah. Who are the top 5 coaches right now? Then,
ooh, nice question.
Dabo,
Nick.
I guess you got to throw Kirby in there.
Really,
his ability to recruit, you can't deny.
You have to throw Jimbo in there if you're gonna have that talk.
You gotta put Kirby. You gotta put Jimbo in.
Jimbo.
You got to.
If you put Kirby, you gotta put Jimbo in.
Hold on. Time out. Hold on. I like this Benny guy. Hold on. Why you don't like Jimbo? Hold on. Why you don't like Jimbo? Why are you questioning Jimbo?
For all it's worth.
Are you saying Florida State made Jimbo?
Ooh.
Did the logo make Jimbo Fisher?
Here you go.
James Winston made Jimbo Fisher.
I'll be there. I like this guy.
I don't disagree
to
with
play
that.
devil's advocate. I mean, he did recruit him though.
Right.
True.
But if Texas had a better coach at the time, he would have been at Texas because he wanted to be like Vince Young.
You're right. He wanted to Texas. He grew up a Texas fan, so you're right.
Yeah,
you're right
but I mean, Jimbo was a good coach, but I never thought he had a line.
I've said that. Listen, I said that to these dudes, Benny, in 2012. He's never developed that position at all. I don't think he's ever really developed that position at all. And it's showing right now, too, at A&M.
Well, he developed it. The national championship offensive line, that was developed. Now, take away that line, and you're right. Every other line in his tenure was hit and miss.
But that line was talented, though, Adrian.
But it wasn't. But it wasn't, though.
Irvin's not talented?
Listen to me for a second. Listen to me why I'm a break down. I'm not saying that they aren't talented, but I'm gonna break down why he gets credit for developing that. There was no blue chip player on that entire offensive line. Strictly talking recruiting.
Well, they had Bobby Hart.
That was the only one.
That was the only one.
He was the worst one on the line.
And he was probably the worst. And he was probably the worst O lineman on that line.
Yeah, I saw Bobby Hart come out to the Cowboy Stadium when I was still in school, and St. Thomas played Skyline, and I literally saw Bobby Hart, and I didn't know who he was, but I said that guy is a pro because he was so athletic. He was so athletic and can move at that size. I said that's a pro. That's what a pro looks like at 16 years old.
And he started from his freshman year at Florida State because of that athleticism.
Yeah,
and the size he had. Other than him, he was a 4-star. You're talking about Cam Irving, who was probably one of, if not the best one on that line. He was a 2-star defensive tackle who they moved over. Brian Stork was a 2-star tight end who they moved to center. And the other 2 guys were 3-star prospects. So they did develop that offensive line. Now, the problem is their scouting on the O-line was terrible because the blue chips that they did end up picking, they all were bust.
Yeah.
They all ended up being bust. All the 4-stars that they ended up recruiting, none of them panned out. But that particular line, they did develop that line.
Y'all got to say this, though. In development aside, Jimbo can call a football game.
Oh, Jimbo is one of the better play callers.
He can call his ass off. We got to give him that much credit. I don't think, and I want
Benny's not feeling.
He don't mind.
I agree with Jurgen.
Benny's not feeling.
You got to give me 5 people better than.
No, he's right. He's right.
He can call a
game. He can call a game. He can call a game. If you're saying, Benny, if you talking about like a program builder, I think if that's what you're looking at the head coach as, okay, Jimbo has something to prove, obviously, because Florida State was ran down, right? He left it ran down, and he inherited a Ferrari, and he left you with a Toyota Sienna. You know what I'm saying? And it's a fact. he comes to A&M. They got all that money. He got the $100 million contract. He really has no excuse now. You know what I'm saying?
They overpaid him. How does he get more grant money than Saban? Are you serious?
That's what you do to get your coach. That's what you do to get your guy. It wasn't about him being better than Saban. They didn't believe that, but you got to get your guy.
Well, do you think it was to outbid LSU though? Because Jimbo to LSU was a very real thing.
That was gonna happen.
So do you think it was to outbid whatever LSU was going to offer him? I think that's more reflective of that than anything.
But I think they overbid. LSU wasn't giving him a guaranteed contract of what 10 years,
Sure.
$100 million.
And his buyout is ridiculous. Like
Jimbo's buyout, his whole contract, wherever he leaves, he gets it.
His buyout is so ridiculous that if another team's not going to hire him, if he like
A&M is that good,
right? A&M,
they would.
If Jimbo falls off a cliff, A&M is stuck with him for the next 10-year contract or whatever it is he got.
He got what, number 6, 7?
So
because nobody's paying that buyout. That buyout is ridiculous.
Yeah.
So right. Ryan King said that the fifth guy remaining is Ryan Day.
No.
What?
Hold on. Who were the first four?
Ooh. Well, we talked about
Saban, Dabo,
Jimbo.
The first.
Is it Jimbo and Smart or is
this is
Kirby.
This is Benny's list.
No, I thought this was all our list. I thought it was all.
Well, let's all come together and make a list.
Because you leaving Jimbo out, so
I'll throw Jimbo in there for the sake of this conversation. We'll throw Jimbo in there.
We have 4.
Ryan Day, no. Matt Campbell is in the top 5.
Absolutely.
I would pay Matt Campbell.
I like Matt Campbell.
$100 million to come coach my football team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If I had it,
Matt Campbell over Lincoln Riley. I'm just throwing there. I'm playing some devil's advocate right now. Okay.
I actually played against Lincoln Riley. He was coaching at East Carolina my senior year, and we played against him. The offense was ridiculous, but I like Lincoln's up there. Don't get me wrong. I like Lincoln better than Jimbo, but Matt Campbell, I think, is right behind Dabo and Nick Saban.
Wow,
that's how highly I think of him. And he's so young that he literally can coach another 25 years, and still.
I respect that though, because what he's doing at Iowa State is
right. I was going to say, Benny, is it because to you he's overshooting his mark by such a wide margin? Iowa State should probably be at best 6-6, maybe.
Yeah.
Right? And he has these guys perennial top 25 finishers for 3-4 years now, something like that.
They played in the Big 12 championship game this year.
So why didn't? And I don't know this for a fact, but I'm assuming, why didn't Auburn, a team that just fired Gus Malzahn, try to get Matt Campbell?
I don't know. He's happy at Iowa State. He's playing with house money.
But Auburn should be a better job.
Yeah, but then he has to play against. Then he has to coach against Nick Saban every single year. He has to coach against Orgeron. He has to recruit against all the big boys in the South, SEC and ACC.
And see, that's my thing. I'm glad you brought it up when it comes to these coaches. Now, when we're talking X's and O's, I got it. But my question for Matt Campbell is, can he go to a premier program and still recruit? Because right now he's in Iowa State. But if he goes to the Southeast somewhere, can Matt Campbell recruit that kid in South Georgia or South Florida or Louisiana?
I don't see why it can't. If I'm a parent and Matt Campbell comes and sits in my living room and he wants my son, I know this cat can coach ball and he knows how to hire coaches. Because let's be honest, nobody really deals with the head coach if you're a player. If the head coach doesn't coach a position, you don't deal with him. You rarely see him. So, but I know he knows how to put together a staff, and I understand that he knows how to hire 2 people. The 2 most important people you can hire is an offensive line coach and a strength coach. And I know if he comes in and he wants my son, we're going to consider that. Matt Campbell could be coaching at Midwestern Iowa State somewhere, and if he says, "I want your son," well, son, I think we need to look at this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I think that highly of him. And
what about the Cincinnati coach?
Pickle's good. Pickle's a top 10 coach.
Yeah,
okay.
Top 10 coach. I don't know why he's still there. I don't know. Maybe he hasn't had the right fit. Pickle was a guy that I thought Auburn could have went after, but they didn't go wrong with Harsin either, though. He was a guy for them as well.
Okay.
I think Fickle didn't go though because it was Michigan State, And if anybody knows, I mean, if I'm him, if I consider myself a top 10 coach, right? Michigan State's not the job I'm going to. I'm sorry.
No, hell no.
Like there's no way. I'd rather stick it out at Cincinnati, where at those mid majors, Benny, you know that, and that's why Matt Campbell's doing so well. He has time to develop, right? Not a huge amount of pressure. You get the right kid in, and you give him 3 years until you put him on the field, and you're going to get what you want out of that kid. But Michigan State, he would have got his teeth kicked in for 4 years before he got a chance to win any big football games. I couldn't imagine recruiting up there either. I mean, to go to East Lansing versus going to Columbus and Ann Arbor, man, that's got to be a tough.
I wouldn't go from Cincinnati to Michigan State. Nah.
And then at Cincinnati,
that's almost a lateral move.
Yeah, he got to a New Year's Six game this year because he won the conference.
Should have won that game.
Yeah,
there were some key mistakes they made in that game that cost them that game.
Yeah, it's and then every week now, even though I don't consider the Big Ten the same as the SEC, the SEC is a better conference. You got to come to play every week. In the American, you can have a couple bad games and still win. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? But it's not like that in those Power 5 conferences where you come in there and you come half stepping and you mess around and lose to a team who doesn't have the same talent as you.
Yeah.
Right.
Benny, let me ask you, Gus Malzahn, because I think he's a polarizing guy in the coaching world. How do you feel about Gus Malzahn? If you're talking about top coaches in the country, I mean, he's a personal favorite of mine because of what that offense does when he runs it. Specifically when he runs it. I love that system. Where do you put him in your top? As far as coach is concerned, is he a top 20 guy, 15, 25? Where do you put him?
Any coach that I beat, he was at Tulsa, and we shut him down, at Tulsa.
There you go.
Talk that talk, Benny.
It's gimmicky. Now, don't get me wrong. When he got to Auburn, he had the linemen, so he developed a power running game, so he was good. I'll give Gus he's a top 20 coach. But now what I will say is, Gus, I'm giving Gus 3 years max at UCF because with the talent that UCF has and the recruiting base and the ability to get walk-ons who actually can contribute, I think people overrate that, especially in the conference like the in the American.
Right.
I don't think he'll be there more than 3 years. He's gonna be.
Said that when they hired him.
Yeah, somebody. I mean, he may take the Florida State job if they don't hire Deion before then. But
we ain't hired Deion.
But I mean,
never hired Deion, man.
Y'all almost hired him when you took Taggart.
Deion better win some damn games at Jackson State. But anyway.
Wait till the fall when he has all the grown.
When he has his son. When he has his son playing quarterback. Yeah, sure.
His son's a pro. His son's a pro.
Guaranteed. I mean, you can lock that in, Benny. You can lock that in. He's the real deal.
I'm not saying he's a first round pick, but his son's a pro. They're going to be paying him money in another 3 years. He's not even going to do all 4 years at Jackson.
I don't deny that.
And then the lineman that he signed, I always look at it like, don't show me skill guys, and I'm a skill guy. And I'm telling you, don't show me skill guys. Show me the trenches. If you can recruit the offensive line and the defensive line, football has developed since the beginning of time. But the same principle of if I can't control the offensive line, the line of scrimmage, I will lose every game that I play. I'm looking at it at the high school I'm at. Like we play against kids, we play against a 4 or 5 star every single week in district. But we literally beat people just because of our style, and we literally control the offensive line. Right. And so Deion, he did a really good job of getting the linemen, and then he sprinkles these skill guys out there. He's gonna be okay when the grown men come on campus in the summertime and in that fall season. Yep. They're gonna be much improved because he's still playing with the other coaches' players right now.
Yeah, we would talk about that when we were doing an all-time pick of Miami versus Florida State, whatever. And I made the comment, I've said it to these guys 1,000 times in private. I don't care what you want to do. We're talking about the draft, Benny. We talk about Kyle Pitts, and we could talk about Surtain, and we could talk about all these dudes. If you can't block A gap, B gap, C gap, if you can't control that, you don't have a football game to play. It's over. If everybody says the NFL is a passing league now and nobody wants to run the ball, my opinion's always been that they want to run the ball, but it's hard as hell now. It's not like it was 40 years ago. right? Because you have the Vince Wilforks of the world, and you know what I'm saying, Sean Rogers when we were younger. These 350-pound noses, you drop them in the middle and say, "Hey, eat up 3 gaps for me." You know what I mean? So I couldn't agree with you more, man. Everybody gets caught up in this, and I hate to bring up Kyle Pitts again because that's my lightning rod this offseason. Kyle Pitts is just, number 3 player. Kyle Pitts is not going to affect the draft or affect the game more than the Sewell kid out of Oregon, the Slater kid out of Northwestern, the offensive tackles. Give me one of those guys who can start for 10 years first before you give me Kyle. That's always going to be.
Hey, Pitts is an all-pro in like year 2 or 3, though.
I don't agree, man. I don't agree with it.
Stop it.
I don't agree.
I'm with you though, Jurgen, on the tackle from Oregon. I believe he will affect the game way more than Pitts does. Sure. But with the way the league is, Pitts is an all-pro set year 2 or 3 to me.
Let me ask you this, Benny, because this is really my problem.
It depends on the team he goes to for me.
But I think he's that good where it doesn't even matter.
This is
gonna catch 80 balls.
It wasn't never about. First of all, unless he's running routes 95% of the time, I don't know how impactful he is really. That's number 1, right? But number 2 is this: they were talking all kind of wild noise that Kyle Pitts is the best pass catcher, the best pass catcher in the draft. Like they didn't see Jamar Chase whoop everybody's behind last year. And they didn't see Devontae Smith kill everybody. You see what I'm saying, Benny? So if we're talking about the best guys that we've seen, he wasn't the best pass catcher in the SEC. What he is if you take him, they say Jerry Jones likes him a lot, right? Mm-hmm. If you put him in Dallas and you tell me you got to cover Amari Cooper and you got to cover CeeDee Lamb and you got to cover, I think it's Michael Gallup out there, and you got to cover Kyle Pitts, he's going to be naked. I'll give you that. You know what I'm saying? But is he going to do for Cincinnati what Jamar Chase is going to do for Cincinnati next year? You know what I'm saying? I don't think so.
He'll do more. Let me tell you why. They're not gonna ask him to block. He doesn't have to block. Aaron Hernandez, he didn't block. Aaron Hernandez lined up wide more than he did in line. I'm not drafting Kyle Pitts to block.
Right.
And I mean, I'm gonna split him out.
Mm-hmm.
I may even use him more as an H. That way I can flex him off the line a little bit more, but I'm not using him to block. I can go find cats that can block. I can't find cats that can literally run away from people at that size. And I think that's why he'll be impactful. I mean, and then if you mess around and give him another, and there's two other weapons out wide, nobody's going to cover him because you can't cover him with a corner.
Where's he projected?
He's top 5, top 6, right?
Top 5. They see him as top 5.
I mean, he's not going to Jacksonville. He's not going to the 49ers.
Who's the top 5 picks?
It's Jacksonville. He's not going top 3. Jacksonville, New York Jets, San Francisco moved up, and then 4 is Atlanta. Now, see, Benny, I'll give you this. If Kyle Pitts is an Atlanta Falcon, you can book what you said. You can book that for sure.
Yeah, because they have so much other stuff to work with.
First year, he's that.
I would agree with that, but I don't think you take Kyle Pitts can't just go play with anybody and give me 100 catches. And that's what I see when I look at Jamar Chase. My comparison's always been, and it's not because I'm in the FSU channel. I see Anquan Bolden with legit 4.4 speed. That's what I see when I see Jamar Chase. I think that kid's going to go to wherever he goes to. He's going to get 150 targets. He's going to catch 110 of them. I think he's a dog. I just don't see that from Kyle Pitts. Even if I'm watching a Florida game last year, are you really more concerned about Pitts than you were Tony? Tony was a dog. He's an absolute dog out there.
I think Tony's the more underrated player, personally.
For sure.
Kadarius Toney.
It's going to be a polarizing thing with Pitts for me, Benny, because I also look at, like, historically in football, how many top 10 tight ends have actually come in and lived up to that, whatever that moniker is, right? That's you're asking a lot out of a guy and it's not an easy transition in the league. But if someone does what you're saying, it is, I got a system like Jimmy Graham in New Orleans, but that also means I have the guy to deliver the football, then you can see him be successful. But I think a couple things have to be true in order to get the best out of Kyle Pitts.
What if he goes to Miami at 6?
No.
I think Gesicki's a good tight end, man. It's not like he's a bad football player.
Yeah, they got. I don't think they take him.
So the talk is he goes to Carolina.
And they got Darnold.
Yeah.
Darnold.
I like Darnold. I've been saying that for a while. I like Darnold. I think he got a raw deal up there in New York.
I think Jurgen sees the look on my face right now. Knows how I feel about him going to Carolina. Like,
you not a fan of Carolina?
Yeah, I am. And there's so many other things we can do with that pick besides trying to take a tight end and add a weapon. And if you are sitting there like and you're taking him over Sewell or even the other kid, why? Like who's protecting Darnold now? There's enough weapons there. You've done pretty decent in free agency. That's not the guy who you take. But everybody believes that's who it is.
Well, let me ask this and see if you agree with the Benny. Todd McShay says Kyle Pitts, outside of Trevor Lawrence, is the best player in the draft class now. Do you put him at that level when you look at football players coming into this draft class?
As a top 10, as a top 5 guy in the draft?
He's saying that Kyle Pitts is literally, it's Trevor Lawrence to him, and next on his list is Kyle Pitts. It can't miss players in this draft.
I would say, honestly, I think it's Justin Fields is number 2. And really, I like to make the argument that Justin Fields is 1B.
There you go.
You know, and according to Trevor Lawrence is 1A. I love Fields, but I'd say I put Pitts 4 or 5. The Sewell kid, I mean, if I already have a quarterback or I'm going to invest in a quarterback through free agency or whatever, Sewell's more valuable because of the fact that I'm not going to buy a home and not get home insurance.
Yeah.
And he's home insurance. When that left tackle, I can't pay $100 million to a guy and I can't keep him upright.
Absolutely.
Right.
And I can find wide receivers and I can find running backs. I don't have to pick a guy, in the top 10 to get that. But Pitts is special, man. The matchup problem. I mean, what is he? A legit 6'5.5", 245?
Something like that. Yep.
Is he not Kellen Winslow Jr.?
No.
I think Kellen was more physical, bro. I think Kellen was way.
Kellen was a soldier.
But Benny, see, here's the thing. If we were to line up, if we're gonna go play a pickup game 7-on-7 at the park right now, I always use this. It's like if you put Jerry Rice next to Randy Moss and Calvin Johnson, and you say we're gonna run 7-on-7 real quick, pick a receiver, you're gonna pick Calvin. There's no way you look at those 3 human beings and not say that beast.
Say the 3 again. Say the 3 again.
Randy Moss, Jerry Rice, Calvin Johnson.
Oh, just looking at him now.
Just looking at the person. You see what I'm saying? But if we're looking at what they actually did on the field, Jerry's going to be more effective. Now you can go into Calvin being in Detroit.
You think so?
Jerry's Jerry, bro. I don't care nobody. I can't. I'm arguing against.
I'm a Moss guy. I'm a Moss guy.
Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice, after 40, was a top 15 receiver in the league after age 40. You got to give it to the guy, bro. He's a monster. He's a monster. But if we're talking about just the eye test, you're looking at those 3 guys. Calvin looks like a defensive end. He's going to run 90% of your routes, and you're not going to catch him when he gets the ball in his hands.
He broad jumped 11 feet at his pro day.
It's disgusting. And I'm not going to get away from that, bro. Benny, I'll tell you this, and this is how I feel about Calvin Johnson, if anybody cares to know, right? In any other situation, any other franchise other than sorry-ass Detroit, Calvin Johnson probably plays for and wins 3 or 4 Super Bowls. I think we could all agree on that, right? There's a few franchises that just don't get it together. The Detroits, the Cincinnatis, right? Tampa Bay until we got Brady. You know what I'm saying?
But y'all had it together before. I mean,
was that?
Y'all got it together at certain points, man. I mean,
we got lucky once. You know what I'm saying? That's another.
They shouldn't have fired Dungy.
That's a whole nother thing, bro. That was
Dungy built that team. John Coop need to give half of that money to Dungy.
and he'll never give it up either. He owes the trophy too.
Have you not seen that man's face? He ain't giving up $1.
Yep. He's just like Jimbo. He's got $100 million coming to him just because. Hey, look what I know.
Hey, you're right. So he makes the same amount of money as John Gruden.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what Gruden's doing over there in Las Vegas.
College football. Hey, Benny is upset about Jimbo. Right
no, just I'm not upset. I'm just saying, he got $100 million guaranteed.
Yeah,
John Gruden got $100 million. They have the same contract, right?
Yeah, just about
something like that.
And man, and Jimbo over there smoking the Newport. So I mean,
you can So look, we're not going to see eye to eye on this Kyle thing, man. But I won't give him too much more of my pre-draft energy. I just don't. That's just not my guy.
We're gonna move on from Pitts because Jurgen will talk about Pitts for the next hour.
Not killing them, huh?
But Benny, what do you think about Trevor Lawrence though? Is he clear cut? Is he this once in a lifetime prospect they're making him out to be?
I think he's really, really good. I think he'll be a pro for 13, 14 years. Mm-hmm. I like Fields. I like Fields. The athleticism, and Trevor Lawrence is a good athlete. He's a really good athlete. But Fields, the better athletes are playing longer now. And I just feel like he's a little bit more dynamic with the ball in his hands.
Correct.
What about Zach Wilson?
Easily.
Zach Wilson, I'll be honest with you. I really didn't. They were like on NFL Network the other day, and they were like, Zach Wilson's gonna be a top 5 pick. And I was like, well, who? Mm-hmm. Like, I'm sorry. I didn't, I guess maybe because of the way my schedule was this year, we like worked every single day. I didn't get to watch as much football. But I was like, Zach Wilson? And then I was like, is this the cat that lost the Coastal Carolina?
Woo!
And they're good.
You don't lose those games.
Right.
Not as a top 3 pick. I'm sorry. Justin Fields ain't doing it. Lawrence ain't doing it.
I feel you on that.
I mean, I like, from what I've seen lately, I do like the Wilson kid over Mac Jones. I'm just not sold on him. I'm sorry.
How you feel about his pro day?
Who's pro day?
Did you get to watch his pro day?
I didn't, but I just saw the tape does more for me.
There you go.
The pro days, and he's not athletic. He's he's a below average athlete.
That boy 20 years old and got a dad bod.
Yeah, I can't. He looks like he's gonna look like Roethlisberger in another 8 or 9 years.
So here's my thing though. Everybody draws the parallel that's getting him drafted so high is the Tom Brady parallel. Like, oh well, Tom Brady didn't look the part, and Tom Brady wasn't, but he can get the job done, and Mac Jones proved he can get the job done at that level. Why can't he do it here?
Nick Saban had 25. Nick Saban had over 4 years. Nick Saban was 25 first rounders. Mm-hmm. Every year he recruits, he's literally recruiting first round picks in college. Mm-hmm. He's handpicking kids, and they're around him. I mean, I think I can go out there and play quarterback with Devontae Smith.
Right. Benny, let me ask you this, Benny, because we talk about Trevor, and this is what I said. I've seen a true number 1 overall pick that could carry a franchise. Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck's the guy, right? You dropped him in, without a doubt. He carried that Indianapolis team. They weren't built very well. There's a bunch of things you could talk about with that team. So if you're saying to me that this guy's the savior, that's the guy who I relate him to. I don't think he's anywhere near Andrew Luck. I don't think he's anywhere close to that. You know what I'm saying? I think you put him in the same category, and I'm trying to go off of recent memory here. Maybe kind of like Matt Stafford. You know what I'm saying? A very
Trevor Lawrence
guy. Yeah, Trevor Lawrence. He's a very talented kid, but I mean, is he really the guy that you're going to drop in Jacksonville and be like, yeah, I'm going to compete next week with Tennessee and Indianapolis? I don't see him doing that.
Trevor Lawrence. I'm trying to think who he reminds me of. I think he's Eli.
Ooh.
Eli who?
Eli, the
Eli
little
Manning?
What?
the little brother.
He
If
did
he's
that.
Eli, then that's going to be a disappointing career.
But he's
Not counting the Super Bowl.
Eli didn't win those goddamn Super Bowls.
You're right, because he was 500. He actually was 500.
When I say that, I'm saying that team, Eli, the Giants put together great teams around Eli. I'm just talking about Eli alone. I mean, how many interceptions, what's his interception to touchdown ratio, his record? But if it wasn't for those Super Bowls, I don't think you would consider Eli Manning a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback.
He's not a Hall of Famer.
Right.
Eli's not a Hall of Famer.
I mean, he is now.
He's going to get in.
He's going to get in because the Super Bowls are going to get him in.
Bro,
Benny,
he won 2 Super Bowls.
But he was 500.
But Benny, I'm going to throw this at you, Benny, because you just said it with Gus. You got something on Gus because you played on a team that shut Gus down. I own that. Nobody else can say I've taken 2 away from Tom Brady. He's going to go down in history for that. And if you want to talk about memory, he has one of the best plays in NFL history under his belt. And not that correct.
Two.
Oh, hey,
because that pass to Manningham was ridiculous.
Man. You know what's crazy? The second one was on my college roommate. Sterling Moore was my college roommate. So it's like,
oh damn,
yeah. And so, but the thing is, okay, Deion Sanders said it best about a year or 2 ago. Right. He said, "I'm in the Hall of Fame. If I'm in the Hall of Fame, my neighborhood is full of other mansions." When you start, if you live in a neighborhood where the homes start at $5 million, $6 million, you don't want them putting $100,000 shotgun homes in your neighborhood.
I agree with that.
That's how he explained that about Eli, and I was like, you know what? He's got a point. Eli was 500. If you're a Hall of Famer,
I don't disagree.
You're a transformational figure.
But I'm not saying he's at that level, Benny. I think he's going to get in because of that.
Me too. I agree with Benny.
That he's like that scale of quarterback. Because so another guy for me, I don't believe Phillip Rivers should get in there, right? I don't think he's on that level. He's a lot of. So you do Phillip Rivers. Let's add Matt Ryan to that list. They're going to say, oh well, he played for Atlanta for 20 years. Okay, and what has Matt Ryan done? Right?
He got an MVP.
Okay, but on the other hand,
Matt Ryan MVP.
He's got 1 MVP.
That year they went.
You got a
Russell Wilson.
I would say Russell Wilson to me is a first ballot Hall of Fame, and he's probably never going to win an MVP, right? So I don't think any of those guys are as good as Russell Wilson is. I'm just thinking like you take the Manning name and you take those 2 Super Bowls and who he won them against. They're going to be at that table having a hell of a discussion. You know what I'm saying? Whether or not it's justified. But I would agree that if I'm Deion and I'm looking at Eli Manning, like, you're not Troy Aikman. You're not Terry Bradshaw. Who are you? You know what I'm saying? In terms of a skill standpoint, But
he might be Terry.
Terry got what, 4 rings? 5 rings?
Terry had a doomsday.
He did. I mean,
he had the steel curtain. My bad.
He had the curtain. Yeah.
But how many rings he got though? What are you gonna say to a dude that got
4, right?
Yeah.
Terry got 4.
Yeah. What are you gonna say to a guy that has 4 rings as a starting quarterback? Like you can't argue with him. You know what I'm saying? But I think Eli's a fringe guy. They were talking about, and this is another one. They was trying to make the case for Julian Edelman once he retired.
Hell no.
Wait, who was that?
Julian Edelman.
Edelman shouldn't even sniff the Hall of Fame.
The receiver from New England?
Yeah. Edelman shouldn't make it in 30 years. Edelman.
What's the list of names? Lavernius Coles.
Exactly. If Edelman is a Hall of Famer, then Anquan Bolden is a Hall of Famer.
Bolden's a Hall of Famer.
Chad Johnson. Torrey Holt's not even in the Hall of Fame yet. How the hell is Julian Edelman a Hall of Famer? Come on, man.
If Edelman's a Hall of Famer,
just put every wide receiver in the damn Hall of Fame.
You know the argument. The argument they got, Benny, is
it's the playoffs.
Right, he's second to Jerry Rice in playoff receptions and
because he played with the GOAT.
Who gives a fuck?
But check this out. The reason why I say he can't get in is because if you take him off that team, Tom Brady does the exact same thing.
yeah, they would have found someone else.
If he gets
Just
in
the same way he replaced Welker.
right. If he gets in, Anquan Bolden is the first ballot Hall of Famer, and I will add, Anquan Bolden is the greatest high school football player that I've ever saw in person.
Okay, I agree with that.
Him, Fred Taylor, and Brent Schaefer from Deerfield.
Woo! Hey, man, you said something right there. Brent Schaefer was hey man, so I went to Deerfield High School.
You went to Deerfield?
Man, I went to Deerfield, man. Mm-hmm. I actually tore my ACL chasing him.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, Brent Schaefer, I saw him play live one time, and he played against when he played at Gardens in the playoff game, and I thought he was Vic.
He was like.
I had to ask him, like, bro, why did they let Vic come back and play high school?
Bro, so I remember when he went to Tennessee and he was battling for the starting position with Eric Ainge.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, he got in, man. He drove down the field. He made it down to like the 3-yard line, ended up fumbling and didn't touch the field again. And I was like, yo, that's how fickle a college career can become.
But didn't he beat up Baby Girl too when he was up there?
Oh shit, I don't.
He had, but he went to JUCO with one of my partners that's from Miami. But he played with me. And he went to JUCO, and then when he went to Ole Miss,
he went to South Carolina and Ole Miss.
Yeah, it was kind of like had he been able to stick it out of Tennessee, I think. With the talent they had there, I think he would have been. I think he probably could have. He would have
competed for a national championship. He'd have made it to the league.
Yeah, he was a legend.
Well, he did get a look. I forget where, but he got a look somewhere. I can't remember where.
He's coaching out there at that JUCO, I believe, still in California. He went back and was coaching.
Dude was just otherworldly, bro. Like to run as fast as he was running, then just the flick of the wrist to get it downfield, man. It like he was supposed to, and it's just crazy because that's so common in South Florida. That you see guys like that. I'm pretty sure we all got stories of guys that were just like there's no way this guy isn't going to play in the NFL. But situation that happens, and all of a sudden, they don't have a bad life, but it didn't turn out into, playing in the NFL every Sunday.
Right. But so back to the Edelman thing. Edelman shouldn't even be in the conversation. Because I'll tell you what, if Edelman gets in, my boy Cole Beasley is the first ballot then.
Bingo.
I got time today. Like Edelman,
I'm with you, man.
He was a really good player. Don't get me wrong. I would have loved to have had him on my team.
No, Hall of Fame made for really good players.
Yeah, Hall of Fame is for transformational players. If a guy that can single-handedly change the dynamics of a team, Edelman wasn't that. He was not that. Everybody else y'all talked about could do that. Calvin Johnson in his short 7 years was that guy. Absolutely. Jerry Rice was that guy. Randy Moss definitely was. So
hey, I don't like your tone right there because I feel like you just said Randy Moss is the number one receiver and Jerry. Because the way you said Jerry Rice and then said Randy Moss, like it just it rubbed me the wrong way. Like
Jerry's just trying to pick a fight.
Yeah, they in the same. They in the same bracket. They in the same little. They in the same very.
Okay.
Yeah. They right there. They right.
I'm gonna hop in and say this because I'm never gonna. I can never not say Jerry Rice isn't the greatest of all time, only because you can't argue the body of work. You just can't argue it. Like there's no. However, I know for a fact that right now there's a dude out there that's tall, maybe 6'4", 6'5", that runs a 4.3. That's going to get a look in the NFL because Randy Moss played football at one point in time. He changed the game. Same thing with Calvin Johnson. Calvin Johnson brought in the true big body, deep threat wide receiver. He brought that to football, right? I can't say that Jerry Rice changed football. I can say he was fantastic at it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, so NFL teams weren't even doing what Randy Moss invented the cover 3. Like NFL teams weren't doing that.
That was actually Bob Hayes.
Okay.
There you go.
Bob Hayes. What did you say?
Bob Hayes. So a lot of people don't realize this. You know why NFL teams NFL teams play zone defense now is because when Bob Hayes after he left fam, my granddad ran with him at fam. If he left fam and played for the Cowboys, he was already the world's fastest man. He's the only man to have a Super Bowl ring and to be and an Olympic gold medal. Mm-hmm. Well, after that, they realized, well, this guy really is that fast. And so they had to start playing zone defense, and that's when they started playing zone defense.
Okay.
So, but the whole point for me is that I can't say that Jerry. I don't look at a dude and say, man, he reminds me of Jerry Rice. I look at a dude and say, man, he kind of reminds me of Calvin Johnson and Randy Moss and Terrell Owens. You know what I'm saying? Same thing at running back. Like, you look at a dude right now, you're not going to say, oh, man, that guy reminds me of Frank Gore or Emmitt Smith. You're going to say, damn, he kind of looked like Barry Sanders, or he kind of looked like Jim Brown. Or, you know what I'm saying? I don't think Jerry's that transformational talent. He has this body of work that's unarguable, though. Like, what are you going to say to that dude? You know what I'm saying?
That's really funny because I can agree with you. I've never said that about anybody until I saw Devontae Smith.
You think he's Jerry Rice?
I think that's his skill set. Like, he's that guy to do that. Like, he's faster than you think he is. He runs great routes. He has great hands. He does all the right things. Like, and I because I really like Jamar Chase, I don't put Devontae Smith above him, and I think Jamar Chase has exponential potential. Like it's just, I think he can be that dude for years to come. Like, I think once year 2 or 3, he's a top 5 receiver off rep. I think that's what Jamar Chase is, and I think, but what Devontae Smith can be is that type of receiver of what Jerry Rice is.
A route runner, a pure
route runner who just lights people up and gives you headaches day in and day out.
More so Chad Johnson then?
That
fair.
would be a great career for him.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
But you're talking about route running. I mean, Chad Johnson's probably the best modern day route runner we've seen.
Sure.
Yeah.
But
that'll be appropriate.
But again, though, if you're looking at football now, in the way it's played now, it's like one or two extremes, right?
You don't need to really run routes nowadays.
I need to be open. I need to be able to have a ball thrown to me. And Benny, you can chime in on this because you see it every day more than I do. As long as the ball can get to me and I can get my hands on it and do something with it, I don't care what route you do. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're talking about Kyle Pitts, right, Benny? I'm sorry to do this again, Adrian. When Kyle Pitts ran the seam route,
he can't help himself. He
ran the seam route. He ran the slant. What else did he run? A go? Seam route, slant, and go. That's Kyle Pitts' career in a nutshell, right?
That was Sammy Watkins' same career at Clemson.
That's what I'm saying. Is Sammy would catch that slant.
Am I lying? Benny, am I lying? That was Sammy Watkins. Sammy Watkins ran 3 routes in college. That was it.
He ran some bubble screens.
Right.
So
Sammy would catch that slant and turn it up
and be gone. Yeah, and be gone for 7.
Yeah. I just think the game, and not that Jerry Rice doesn't have a place in today's game, but I just don't see him as a talent to be like, again, when we line them 3 guys standing up next to each other, I'm picking Megatron. There's no question. And then I'll pick Randy after that. But Megatron's picking first because I can't cover that dude. You know what I'm saying? You absolutely can't cover that dude. I don't know if anybody in this class is in that category though, but
with Megatron?
No,
nobody. Jamar Chase, I guess, would be the closest one because of I think he's big enough to play 16 games. Devontae Smith scares me that he's not going to play 16 games.
At 170, right? He's like 170, 175.
Yeah, he's like a $170. Like, if you picked him, if you didn't know who he was and you were playing street ball, you probably wouldn't pick him first.
Right.
You know,
a lot of people think Judy's actually the better receiver of the 2.
Judy's
bigger. And I could go with that.
I was listening to Antonio Cromartie. Yeah, I don't know who that guy is.
That's one of his kids, bro.
You saw Jimbo just hired Cromartie too, right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
what?
Jimbo hired Cromartie out there. Yeah.
I would never see him as a coach. That's wild.
Jimbo hired him out there, but I've listened to him talk, and he said he thinks Judy's the better player.
I can see that.
Benny, let me ask you something, Benny. Coming through the pipeline right now, so let's skip this year, right? If you're looking at college football next year, it could be from Miami, it could be from Florida State, whoever. Who's a guy right now that kind of catches your attention, as one of these future stars, these future playmakers right now, for going into 2021, 2022?
2021, 2022. Ooh.
From these two schools?
Anywhere. I'm just wondering.
Oh.
That's a tough one. Because, I didn't get to watch as much this year, and there were less games. People didn't play.
Because I think this year, and to your point, last year we don't
the
even
running back.
Was
the running back from Iowa State.
I forget his name.
I can't think of his name right now, but he went for like 1,700 yards. First team AP All-American, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was pretty. I thought he was pretty close to Saquon.
Really?
Yeah. Him and I would say him and that's all I can think of right now.
Breece Hall. Yeah, that's
what did he go for? He went for like 1,700, right?
He went for 1,500 on 5.6, 21 touchdowns.
I thought he was pretty good. I was really impressed watching him play. I think he can be a star.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you said next year, not this year. Oh, the wide receiver from SMU. If he ever Reggie Roberson.
Okay.
I think like if he could just stay healthy, because even after the knee injury, he's still a high. He's a low 4.4 guy, but he runs the route tree.
Yeah.
And he'll go deep on you anytime. Real good size, about 6'2", 6'2.5".
Yeah.
About I think it's like 202, 203, something like that.
Uh-huh.
I think he, because had he not gotten hurt, not this past year, but the year before, he was coming out and he was going to be a top 60 pick then as a junior. And I think he could be a star, but we just got to see how the second knee injury gets him.
Sure. He what's his name? Dykes, Sonny Dykes. I know he's going to pitch it. I know that much. If you're looking at a Sonny Dykes football team,
yeah, and they got a log jam at quarterback right now.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know, man. I think, and I don't know how y'all feel about this, Terrence and Adrian, but 2020 was like, we don't know if it's an anomaly yet, right? Like, if what we saw was even like real, like y'all know what I'm saying? Like, because there were so many things that factored into this year being what it was. Like, I think it's just so hard to look and be like, oh yeah, this dude's definitely going to be the same guy when everything returns to the same. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you experienced that at the high school level, Benny, but between dudes being out with COVID and dudes opting out, and you know what I'm saying, certain teams not even playing games. Like, did we even really see what we were supposed to see to get a good read on some of these kids, man? Which was tough.
You probably missed some.
So maybe I missed the part if you said offense or defense that stood out. So to answer his question, the question you asked him, is Stingley not the dude? Maybe Stingley. I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Who is it?
Stingley. Derek, LSU, the corner at LSU.
Yeah.
Like if you want to talk about the guy who can get drafted just as high as Jalen Ramsey, to me he's it. Like,
yeah, he's a big kid.
Like and he's fast and he's fast, physical, and makes all the rights. Like, he's that dude to me. Like, if you're looking at a DB, like, there's nobody as a DB this year's class or next year's class that's on his level. Like, I think to me he's my guy.
That's a good pick. I like
that.
Who
you got, Alo? Who you got next year? A standout
in college?
Man,
I don't even know. Seriously, I don't. And that goes back to the COVID thing, like you said. I don't even know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
I don't know. I can't think of a name. Like usually going in every year, there's a name that is always like, and I don't have that.
The guy from Georgia, the receiver, but he tore his ACL.
Yeah, he tore his
spring practice.
Pickens.
Yeah, but like you said, he tore his ACL.
So we don't even know if he's going to play this fall, but he might. But he was a guy that I would say he's souped up AJ Green, I think.
Wow. I think if there's one player that I would think about is it Bryce Young? I want to see what he does.
Alabama.
The quarterback at Alabama. I want to see what he does.
Is he going to win the job? It's his job.
I'm hearing he's winning it now in the spring, but it's the spring, so anything can change. And that Clemson quarterback, I wonder how he kind of can keep that thing rolling. Ukulele. I want to see what he can do.
What about Kayvon Thibodeau?
I forgot about him. I like
he's just been the guy that everybody thought would be the guy since his recruiting class, but I mean he hasn't showed out, but he's been solid.
He's been a good player.
He has everything that you would expect, but is it because he's at Oregon not really winning anything that nobody notices that?
Well, nobody watches him play either because an Oregon game was on at 10 o'clock it feels like on a Wednesday night. You know what I'm saying? Like you never catch him play.
But he's twitchy. He's real twitchy. So
he's real twitchy.
I see him being a star in the league and being better in the league where they can't double him because he's playing along other really good guys on the line. And he's so twitchy that he can bend the corner.
Right.
Yeah. So the other receiver that came up, Matthew Ross, and I think he means Justin Ross, not John Ross.
At Clemson.
Yeah, Justin Ross he has some potential as well. I don't know where he would stack up. I wouldn't necessarily put him in the top 3 in this class. So if he was in this class, I wouldn't put him in the top 3, but it depends on how he shows out when he's there. But I like Justin Ross too.
Adam, when I see, I'm just answering Adam real quick. He said Emory Jones.
Who?
Emory Jones.
Yeah, I know what you said, but
given Dan Mullen's track record, that I think that's a guy that maybe you watch. Maybe he does some Dak Prescott stuff with Emory. When I watch Emory, I just don't see it. And that's just me. And obviously, I hate the Gators, so we can go from there. But
that's the one thing I love about y'all too, man. It's a mutual. Everybody in here, I'm pretty sure we all have a mutual hate for the Gators. We got mutual respect here.
I don't respect the Gators.
We got mutual hate. It's just,
is Emory Jones even gonna win the job though?
Good question.
Oh, okay.
They got the other kid that's from Gainesville, the big kid,
and I like him better. I think he's got more upside and more natural talent.
Emory Jones need to go ahead and transfer the fam.
Go instead of FAU first, man. Get him over to FAU.
He need to go ahead and transfer the fam. Let old boy take it. He played 2 years, and he to the league.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. Benny, you was talking about Thibodeau, so kind of being a natural Miami lean. We had a couple edge rushers come out this year, Phillips and Rousseau. Did you like those dudes? Did you like watching them play? Is there anybody at Miami that excites you right now?
Rousseau, I like both of them because, there's a reason that Phillips was the number 1 athlete in the country coming out of high school. They're usually, when you talk about those 5-star guys, they hit on them way more than they miss.
Sure.
And so, I think he'll be productive in the league. He has good size. What is it, about 6'4.5"?
I think he measured in at 6'5",
6'5", and Russo measured in at what, like 6'6"?
Yeah, 6'6.5". Yeah.
So I like both of them. I like both of them. I think Phillips a little twitchier than Russo, but they can still kind of develop a little bit of that when you're with the pro trainers. I think they'll be pretty good pros. Like, they may not be.
I don't think they're all pros
guys. Yeah, they might not be all pro guys. But I mean, they'll be productive. You know, be key contributors to an organization for a good number of years.
Sure. Now, I hate to ask you this because I know that well's kind of dry, but do you over there in Tallahassee, what you look at in Tallahassee, man, you got to see something.
You asking me or you asking Benny?
I'm asking Benny. I'm going behind enemy lines here. I need to know what Benny sees.
I'll be honest with you. I have not paid attention to them as much as I should. I didn't even realize Mackenzie Milton had transferred up there.
I just want to say that's so disrespectful.
On Jurgen's
you ain't paid attention. Ooh, man,
you want to know why? You really want to know why? I'll say because Florida State, they're not big enough.
Physically.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let.
In my eyes, could be wrong, but I just don't think they're big enough. I mean, they're still getting their fair share of talented kids, but I don't know. Maybe Mackenzie Milton, maybe he takes it. They can't find a consistent quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I think Adrian got some sauce for you about that size.
No, I was just listening to hear what he said. I guess depending on the position, I could agree.
I think you're talking trenches.
No, it was more so the back seven because I really haven't had a chance to really study them like I have in the past. But I was watching some highlights the other day, and I'm looking at the ones, and I'm like, they had a little more length, a little more size out there in the past, and I think it matters.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying that as a smaller guy, mm-hmm. And I think that length matters, especially when you get to those 50-50 balls.
That's fair. I can agree with that.
When it comes
to the person with the longest arms in the room, I agree with that.
Yeah, as far as with the injuries as well, bigger guys get hurt less. I mean, they're available.
I can agree with that. When you talking about those DBs, yeah, they've been a little undersized here recently.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I feel that's one thing though. If you talk about, and again, you go into the differences between the elites, right? Because we're not there as Miami yet, right? But you can look on the field, especially on that back end, man. Those guys with those long limbs and quick 40 times, I don't care what you say, they're going to get it done collegiately, right, Benny? It's just because they cover so much space. It's just kind of hard to deal with those kind of athletes. At Georgia, they just had I don't even know the kid's name, but the kid that ran a 4.2?
Eric
Stokes, and he's like 6'2".
Yeah. It's Stokes from South Florida, right? He's from Miami.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I believe so.
Where does all the speed come from?
Oh, South Florida.
They got Tyson Campbell, who's a South Florida kid that played with Sertan.
He ran a 4.3, ain't it?
He ran a 4.3.
Campbell came out this year?
Campbell came out this year. He's probably a round 2 guy. They say he's a round 2 guy.
And he's day 2 no matter what. Like his measurables is day 2.
Yeah, there's no way Campbell doesn't. There's no way he makes it outside of round 2 or 3. That'd be ridiculous. That'd be ridiculous.
What was his measurables?
Was he 6'1"? I think he's 6'1", around 200, and running 4.3, something like that.
He's 6'1".
I need some help, man, real quick, man. Who is AJ?
I would like.
Man?
I don't trust a lot of these pro days, man.
But they don't lie at the pro days because, like, I literally at my pro day, Alonzo Highsmith basically did my measurables at my pro day. I came in at 5'7". They make you take your socks off and everything.
Oh, that's humbling, man.
And you have to lean up. You have to take your toes off the ground and you're on your heels. And so they don't. Those pro day measurables are on point.
Not the measurables. I'm talking about the 40 time.
Oh, that 40.
Because when I watch Campbell, I don't know if I see 4.3.
You saying he doesn't play that fast,
right?
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's all about.
It's corner. I get it. It's corner.
And he's long at 6'1".
Yeah,
you don't have to be as fast, and even sometimes it don't look that fast because he might be a strider, but you never know.
But those measurables and that speed, how is he not one of the first corners off the board?
Could be his ball skills.
They had him at 6'1", 193 at the pro day. Is what he came in at 6'1", 193.
That's pretty good. That's like Ramsey's about that size.
Yeah, that's big, man. That's a big
He's a big kid. I like the kid J.C. Horn, man, from South Carolina. He reminds me.
I didn't get to see him play.
Of who?
Ramsey.
Really?
He's long like that.
Yeah. He's got it, man. He's got it.
Is he that athletic?
You talking about just physically, like?
No, he checks the same boxes. He checks the same.
Because I think Ramsey, what makes Ramsey who he is his attitude.
Sure.
Well, you can't measure his attitude, Terrence.
Well,
I know, but you see it. You kind of see it on the field in some senses. Like you see it, like they like that get in your face. Like I'm here all day. Like you see Ramsey on the field. Like you can tell the difference between Ramsey and other corners by how he acts on the field.
But Ramsey can do that because he's that good.
Yeah, he's that good. I agree.
That's the thing.
I'm with Benny. He's that good.
You got that attitude. To me, that's Ramsey.
So is Horn a guy who's going to win the ACC long jump? Is he that athletic?
Okay,
like Ramsey?
Touche. Yeah.
I'm just asking. I didn't see Horn.
I don't know. I don't know all that.
I didn't see him play, but Ramsey, I thought he was Dion.
Didn't he win that freshman year?
Ramsey, he like broad jump like 10.7, 10.8. Some ridiculous number at the combine.
Olympic level.
Yeah, had he concentrated on the long jump, we could be looking at him in the Olympics this summer. Like, he's that athletic.
Ramsey's a big time athlete, and his dad actually like trains. So
right,
Ramsey was one of those kids where he had professional training because of his dad, but he hadn't capped. So he just kept getting better. Like he's like a rare athlete in that sense. Like he was fundamentally sound because of his dad, and yet he continued to grow.
Right.
Benny, here goes the numbers for Horn. 6 foot and 3/4, 205, 41-inch vert, 4.39 40, 11 foot 1 inch broad. That's what they got him at. Yeah.
That's nasty.
Yeah.
He's an explosive athlete, man. He's an explosive athlete, man, and a big boy. He's a big boy, man.
He's 6'1", basically.
41 inch.
205.
I wonder what his arm length is. What his
33
arm sleeve is.
33.
33-inch arms. It's not like he's not like Go Gadget, but
he doesn't have. You know, we were talking about Hamza Nasruddin in here the other day, and I think he 34.5 or something like that. Adrian, when we were talking,
that's insane.
Florida State safety,
something like that. Yeah, he's also 6'4" though.
Yeah,
so
Hamza Nasruddin.
Did we talk about where he would end up, like, or how he ends up, like?
Who, Horn?
Nasruddin.
We hit on it a little bit.
Yeah,
it's hard it's hard to gauge him because he didn't play for an entire year.
Right.
Yeah. So, but
you think they're gonna change positions with him? Is what you're saying?
I think he could. I think he could play linebacker if he want.
How big is he?
What, 6'4", 220 something?
He's
a big boy. Yeah, he's a big boy.
Why are they playing him?
He's like Jeremy Chin size.
Why are they playing him at safety?
A taller Jeremy Chin.
That's just what he played in college.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't get a chance to run his 40 because of I think he had a hamstring.
Hey, you see, this is why I love Benny, man, because you see Coach Benny kicking. Hold on, son.
yeah.
Wait, I mean,
he was about to say, "Put your hand in the dirt."
Yeah,
no, not that. But at 6'4", you said 227,
something like that. Yeah,
220. He's in that.
At 6'4", even at 6'4", 220. That means I can get a completely different looking athlete. And he ran and you say he didn't run a 40, right?
He did not run a 40.
He's at least a 4.5 guy.
He's a 4.5 guy?
At least, I think so.
I would like to move him to linebacker because he can get into throwing lanes and
I mean, me and Jurgen had this conversation about James Williams. So I know exactly where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, he must have been a dog. I really didn't pay attention too much. But he
was solid, and I think it had more to do with our scheme. But he's one of my favorite players from those teams.
Is he as athletic as your boy that went to San Diego? The safety, what's his name?
He's not Derwin. No, he's not Derwin.
It's not too many guys as athletic as Derwin. Like,
He's
so
not
that's
Derwin.
not fair. But I want to be clear. That's just not fair. Like,
yeah, he's in another world.
Derwin got picked what, 6th, 7th? What did he get picked?
No, he didn't go that high.
He dropped the
I
13.
thought what did he
He
get
said 13, 14.
The Bucks
he
passed on him.
dropped past y'all. That's right. He
Yeah, the
dropped
Bucks
past
passed
y'all.
on him. Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought he would go like, top 10. Like,
Who the
Derwin-
Bucks take that year though?
Vita Vea.
Vita Vea. But Vita Vea's been good.
Hey, you rubbing on sore spots.
Maui. They
bro.
took Maui. They took Maui.
They took Maui from Moana.
What
Listen,
can I
man.
say?
He's a lineman?
You're welcome.
He's a nose, Benny. No, hold on.
Nose guard.
He's not
Nose
a
guard,
lineman,
man.
he's a nose tackle. He is a
Oh,
nose
that's the kid from Washington, right?
Yeah.
Now, mind you, Jurgen was so happy that this kid came back for the Super Bowl, though. You were so happy that he was going to be back for the Super Bowl.
Listen.
But he was like, well, if we had took Derwin James.
If we took Derwin James, I don't need Vita Vea. I don't need no damn Vita Vea. Bucks haven't had a safety until we got Winfield. We hadn't had a safety in 15 years. And you sitting there looking at basically a hometown kid in Derwin James. You watch every one of his games. You've had a scout at every one of his games because he's right around the corner in Tallahassee. And you say, oh, yeah, let's go take this 340-pound nose tackle that's going to play 2 downs, get off the field.
But you got to win the trenches.
Hey,
Man, I'm not taking
I'm gonna bring this up one more time though. Y'all remember that Florida DB class that included
Hargraves.
No. I'm talking about high school class. The high school class that had Tyson Campbell, Patrick Surtain. I think it had
Asante Samuel,
and Winfield.
Yeah.
Like it was it. But anyway.
It was the best class of South Florida DBs, I would argue, ever. That class.
Yeah.
All those boys want to play in the NFL.
Yeah, they're all getting drafted.
Yeah, they're all getting drafted. Yep.
Yeah, but not Benny, man. The reason I didn't like, because we was picking like pick 9 or 10 or 11 for Vea, is that I don't see a 3-down player. And if you're looking at Derwin James, I mean, what couldn't Derwin? This is coming from a Miami fan. What couldn't Derwin James do on a football field? Aside from apparently stay healthy in Los Angeles.
But I mean, you're right. Derwin's he's a difference maker, but at the same time, if I have a guy who can get me to 3rd down,
3rd and long.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. Maybe
I get that.
And the fact that he is a Florida kid, maybe they didn't want to deal with that.
That's what some people were saying.
Wait.
I hated that. I hated it.
Sometimes, it's like he never went away to college because he was so close to home.
Yeah, but
does
the
a
Bucks
kid grow up
took
as
Hargreaves, so
who took Hargreaves?
the Bucks.
2 years prior.
So it's like
2 years prior.
Yeah,
2 years. We took Benny. We had in Tampa a bunch of what I would call it just wasn't right, especially for the NFC South with Julio Jones and these guys. Because Hargraves was 5'11", 205. I think he ran 4.5, 4.6, right?
He wasn't that twitchy. He wasn't as explosive.
But if you're Tampa and you're going to draft a corner high, you're drafting him to cover Julio Jones that you got to see twice a year. That's not the guy that's going to do that. And in that same draft class, we talk about taking care of the trenches. That's the draft that Laramie Tunsil was falling in, right? So I'm over here. You can ask Adrian. I'm over here in a group chat with him. I'm licking my chops. I'm like, if Jameis is there, we got Mike Evans there. I'm like, get the man a left tackle. You got him sitting right there. And then we go with this slow corner to cover Julio Jones and get torched for the next 4 years. That's
in
really
the second round they take a kicker.
And then we take, man, don't even get me on that.
Is that that's the kicker from Florida State, right? And then they cut him.
And then we cut him.
2 years later, like before year 2, or what was it? Like
they thought it was going to be Janikowski.
Man,
hey, Janikowski is borderline Hall of Fame. So
Janikowski's still kicking in the league, ain't he?
Borderline.
He done.
He just stopped.
I mean, I was just messing
He
around.
done now. I say borderline only because he's a kicker.
He'll get in.
He's my guy.
Fame.
If I'm a pick a kicker anytime, like he wins over because one, he's a Florida State guy, but like Vinatieri is a no doubt Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Sure.
Who else is?
Him. I think Janikowski. I think he'll be 60.
No doubt Hall of Famer.
He'll be 65 when he gets in, but he's gonna get.
I don't know if he'll be a first ballot, but he's gonna be in the Hall of Fame.
He's gonna be like 60. He's gonna be in the legacy, the legends voting.
Because he's the kicker. How many kickers get first ballot consideration?
Other than
Vinatieri might get first ballot, bro. Like Gostowski's not going into the Hall of Fame.
Vinatieri might, yeah.
Vinatieri's got to go first. I don't care what anybody says. He's got to go.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You don't like Gostkowski?
He's Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame though.
He doesn't have like legendary moments like Vinatieri.
Exactly. Vinatieri has like 4 legendary moments. Like he won 2 of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
I think he's got the highest percentage too, doesn't he? Vinatieri?
No, I think somebody else got that now.
Justin Tucker's got it.
Tucker got it, yeah.
Yeah, Tucker's got it.
Tuck's working on it. I mean, he's working on it. He's still out there.
But he had it at one point.
Tuck got to win Baltimore a Super Bowl. He want to get in the Hall of Fame. He got to win Baltimore a Super Bowl. I just want to touch on he asked about Jarvis Brownlee. Jarvis Brownlee's measurables are he needs to sit the fuck down. That's what his measurables are. I'm sorry. It's he not yet. He did nothing to show that he's an NFL player.
He's not even eligible.
It was ass. Like that's what he is. He needs to sit down. He needs to make some plays and figure it out. But
wait,
I don't know what
he came.
Who's AJ, bro?
I can't hear you. What you say?
Who is AJ 88?
That's Adam.
Man, Adam, relax. But yeah, I don't think Brownlee is that guy. He's been all right. Was he even our best corner last year?
No, Asante was.
Asante, and was he number 2 really? Was he?
That number 2 spot is honestly up for grabs if you start talking about corners.
Matt Bryant, Hall of Fame, nah.
Asante's coming. Are y'all reading like a group board or a board?
Oh, so there's a
comment section.
Okay, I'm on the private chat.
Yeah, if you click over, you'll see where the comments come in, and there's some things said.
Can we see who's watching this? Everybody who's watching this?
I can see the number of people. I can't see who.
What's the number?
We was up to about 50. We got 29 in here right now.
Yeah. That's what's up.
Hey, make sure you subscribe to the channel, Benny, and share and all that.
What else you got, Benny?
Real quick before that, Adrian, I know you're shameless when it comes to it. I know y'all see the line at the bottom. You can Cash App, donate to the channel. Make sure we're progressing.
They can hit the super chat.
Hit subscribe. Hit subscribe. Make sure you guys like, subscribe, and share. So that he can continue to grow, man. My man doing big things with here for FSU.
Destroy said, is Fred Taylor Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Okay.
There's no question. Yes.
I didn't see this. FSU Rose, he's right. Fleck is borderline top 5 too.
Oh, you went and read back all the comments?
Yeah. Norvell, what do you rank Norvell? He might be bottom 40.
Hey, Benny, I really like you, man. You know what you talking about, bro.
You think Manny better than Norvell?
Yeah, I take Manny.
Oh, you asking me or him?
I'm asking Benny. I know what you think.
He gonna say Manny too.
Yeah, I'm saying goddamn Manny, man.
I said I know what he think. I know what he think.
I'm not. So, no, mind you, I am not saying FSU was wrong for letting, Willie Taggart go. But to bring in Mike Norvell, it had me like, wait, what?
That's been my argument.
What? But you didn't change enough for me.
Right.
He wasn't. Willie wasn't.
That was my argument from
Willie wasn't winning. Period. But Mike Norvell.
That was my argument. Like, okay, you let
What
go of
changed?
Willie.
Like,
If you're going to fire Willie and pay him $20 million, you were supposed to bring in a big time.
Norvell like third or fourth in Florida coaches, maybe fourth.
You're putting him that high?
Fifth,
You
fourth,
putting him that high?
fourth or fifth. He's not the worst coach.
I'm taking Mullen.
Okay,
I'm taking.
I take Mullen. I don't like
Mullen,
I don't like the way Mullen recruits.
Manny,
But okay.
Mullen,
taking-
Manny.
Mullen, Manny. Now you can say Malzahn.
Correct.
Yeah. I'll even take Butch.
Yeah.
I'm taking Butch.
So who's number 5 that you taking over? He's fifth then, right?
I'm taking Willie Simmons.
Relax. Come on, man.
I kid. Willie ain't doing bad, man. He got they won Black National Championship last year.
I wouldn't want to play him, but nah, man.
Florida State a mash, fam. But man, no,
I would hope so.
I wish I'd have seen this. I didn't know this chat was over here. They got
You've been in the private chat this whole time.
Yeah, people, when you see me just bring up random stuff, you like, what the hell is he talking about? That's where I'm pulling it from. I apologize, man. I should have mentioned that. That's where I was grabbing some of that from.
No, they got some good. No, they making some real good points on here.
They do.
Sure do, yeah.
He has some very knowledgeable subscribers, man.
For sure.
Go ahead, Ben. Pick something you see that you want to talk about. Go ahead.
I would say I lost my
train of thought.
Yeah, I had somebody had something on here that was real interesting, and I was like, I agree with them. He said Justin Kane Zay 954 says Justin Fields is a faster Donovan McNabb.
Okay,
that's a hell of a comp. I didn't see that. That's a hell of a comp.
Wow, I didn't see that either. That is solid.
That's a hell of a comp.
Yeah, that's a yeah.
Honestly, you take that number 1.
Yeah, if I knew I was getting Donovan McNabb to play 14
number 1.
I take number 1 every day.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
About going there? About taking him number 1?
No, do you agree about the McNabb type of comparison?
Yeah, I can see that.
So earlier you said Lawrence was Eli. So we're talking Eli versus McNabb. I don't really think that's a bit I don't know. Is that a debate? I don't.
It's not.
I would take McNabb. I think I'd take McNabb in a minute there.
It's McNabb, yeah. So
yeah, I take McNabb. I'm telling you, like
he did say it's 1A and 1B though.
I would take Fields. I like Fields that much. I think he's.
I think Urban
quicker, a little more dynamic, and I mean Urban. Hell, didn't he commit to Urban right before he quit at Ohio State?
Urban had him on the visit. On the visit to Ohio State.
Yeah, and then he retired, and then he stepped when they took over, right? Or am I mistaken? But so I mean, I like Fields. I mean, I'm not nothing against Lawrence. I understand why they're taking Lawrence. You know,
he's not Andrew Luck.
But what do you think? You think Urban's going to be successful in Jacksonville? You think Urban's going to be successful in his pro run?
It's hard to tell somebody that makes more money than you what to do. I was saying that. I'm sorry. I mean, it's not easy. And then these aren't kids. Like when these kids are starry-eyed at Urban Meyer when he comes into their household. These grown men ain't starry-eyed with Urban Meyer.
Especially as a college coach.
Yeah, like I don't even know if Urban Meyer is a great coach. Don't get me wrong, because recruiting is part of you being a coach. Now he's not getting 20 first-round picks like he was in college when he was at Ohio State and when he was at Florida. Like he had pros on his roster playing against college kids. So, how good of a coach are you really? Now, he was a really good coach at Utah and at Bowling Green before that. So, I mean he can coach, but I mean I just don't know. The talent gap's not going to be there. He doesn't have the best. Well, does he have the best roster in the NFC in the AFC South?
No, I would take Tennessee's.
Yeah. So now he's going to have to coach.
Hell, I'd probably take the Colts roster over that.
Over who?
Colts got a good
Colts over Jacksonville's roster.
Oh, because Jacksonville got rid of everybody.
Got on defense and
that's what I'm saying. Jacksonville got rid of everybody you could have thought of over the pack that they had is gone. Clears Campbell, Jalen Rand.
But they still have like Chase and they have Henderson. They have
Fournette. Who was?
You talking about?
They have young talent, man.
Who was CJ Henderson? Who was that?
I think
CJ Henderson's the corner from Florida.
I know who he is, but who is he?
I know what he's saying, but I think he's talented enough, man.
They got Chase on rushing the edge. His little brother plays for me.
Oh yeah,
Chase on little brother. Yeah, he's twitchy too. He's he'll kill her. He's not
let's drop his actual name.
Huh?
What say his full name. Let's show some love.
Kodrick Chason.
Kodrick Chason. We'll keep a lookout for him.
Yeah, man. I mean he's my height. He's real tall, but he's thicker than me. He plays linebacker, so I mean he's the
what you got? What 5'8", 5'9"?
5'8".
Okay, I mean it could work.
He's twitchy though.
He might have another inch or two in him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he might. But
he's a junior, senior.
He'll be a senior this year.
Okay, yeah, that's another inch or two.
Yeah, but but I mean, who does he have to give the ball to? Lawrence already.
Hand it off to?
Nobody.
Are we talking about hand it off to, or
that's what I'm saying? That Jacksonville roster,
hand it off and throwing
it. Shark is good enough. He's a solid.
Shark is good. Shark is good.
He's not a number one, though, is he?
No, he's a two.
They got to get him tight end.
Didn't they just bring in some people though? They had a lot of money. Like I gotta check who they brought in.
No, they didn't.
They didn't bring in nobody.
They like really didn't do that good on the free agency market. Look, man, Jacksonville has a depleted roster first and foremost. So bringing Trevor Lawrence doesn't fix any of that.
You know the only thing it does though, Adrian, with what's going on in Houston, right? And Deshaun's going to leave one way or another, unfortunately, right? We all know how crappy that situation is.
Yeah,
but
no comment.
Right, but at least, and this is what I said. I've been saying it to y'all about that Deshaun trade. Houston could get left in the dust if this dude isn't deal, right? Because he's not going to be there one way or another. And at least Jacksonville has a guy to start with, right? Come the end of April, Houston's dead last in the division. There's no question about it. You know what I'm saying?
Trevor Lawrence isn't better than Tyrod Taylor. Not right now.
Oh,
not right now. He will be. But Tyrod Taylor is a grown man.
You're saying he'll develop.
He'll develop. He'll be better than Tyrod. Don't get me wrong. But there's a reason Tyrod's still hanging around. Tyrod is like our age. There's a reason he's still in the league. I mean,
he about 33, 30.
But what I'm saying is that Jacksonville has a head start to this thing. Not that they're going to be a better team tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But they have a head start, and what you know how it goes, man. Every team goes through a rebuilding cycle, right? Unless you're the Pittsburgh Steelers or the New England Patriots in our lifetime, everybody goes through a cycle of going all the way up, deconstructing, and rebuilding again. I think Houston is going to be about 4 years behind on that rebuild. My personal opinion.
You think so?
I agree with Rose. I think Trevor definitely starts selling tickets immediately.
Sure.
So another thing, I didn't realize that Jacksonville swung and missed like this in free agents. I'm looking at it right now.
They don't have nothing.
Their major signing might have been Carlos Hyde.
Mm-hmm. Rayshawn. They brought in Carlos. They brought in Rayshawn. But this is, I think, what everybody's banking on in Jacksonville is what Urban Meyer was good at collegiately. Because you can't say he couldn't identify talent. He had a really good eye for that.
Yeah, but the problem in college, and we all know this, he gets the pick of the litter.
Right.
In college, he gets who he wants. You don't get that in the NFL.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that's what I think. If people are banking on something, that's what they're banking on. And they better hope he hits, because to your point, if Trevor doesn't get some assistance around him, then it's going to be another long year in Jackson.
It's going to be a bad situation.
So I will say this, like, well, he did a great job at picking his staff as well. Obviously,
Sure.
Charlie Strong came on board. I like, he has Brian Schottenheimer as his passing game coordinator. I think that's really solid. And then he has a couple other guys, Ty Washington as George, his offensive line coach, George Warrup and Ty Washington. I've heard great things about him. Like, he has a good staff on board. But I'm really disappointed with what he did in free agency. Like,
you got to think though, is how many guys. So like, if I'm Will Fuller, right? Who I think Will Fuller ended up going to the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Am I going to go to the Dolphins to play for the 10-win Dolphins, who clearly needed a deep threat guy to kind of get their offense over the top? Or am I going to go start over in Jacksonville after I've been getting my teeth kicked in Houston for the last 4 years?
Do you want to be in Houston?
You talking
Benny,
about
who's your pro team?
Will Fuller.
I pull with the Dolphins, and then
I'm sorry to hear that.
and then I cheer for the Texans, at times.
Sure.
But when it comes to the Texans, I think they're going to be better because not better. I'm sorry.
I think
they're not going to be as bad because, and people might call me a conspiracy theorist for this, but the guy who's representing all these women is next door neighbors with Cal McNair.
Yeah, we know that. We talked about that.
So
I literally brought that up like 30 minutes after the story dropped. I was like, wait a second, who is this lawyer? Oh, this is the Johnny Manziel guy. He the guy who put up all the billboards about Johnny Manziel. But
so
conspiracy theories, there's a lot of reality based in it. So
if any of this is true, which I think it's all set up, I don't think it is true. But if they can try to prove it, they literally get their money back.
But I also think
now I can go buy. I'm paying Tyrod to back up money, but now, I can go get a killer line and I can find somebody to run the ball.
I agree with you. I think this Deshaun Watson stuff is ridiculous. But the only thing that I can't wrap my mind around when it comes to this Deshaun Watson thing is, why does he have so many masseuses? Why does he need 40 different masseuses?
He's stupid because, like, if anybody who's ever really lived in Houston and been in Houston, you're not doing that. Like Deshaun literally can go. So we we go out and dinner and stuff like that. You can't go anywhere in Houston and not be doing this right here.
He must be single.
He was dating the Instagram chick. He was dating the Instagram chick, and Jillian Nice.
About you, the way you talking right now.
No, man, I'm about to get married here soon.
Yeah.
So I'm not.
Yeah.
Congrats on that.
Yeah, it's we almost there.
Yeah, so it's like that's why when it came out, I'm like, wait a minute, like I know girls that are like flat out leave their dudes just to be with Deshaun Watson. He out here paying for it. I'm like, come on.
That's the one thing I just can't wrap my mind around. Why 40?
Actually,
maybe 2 or 3 different masseuses. Why does the man need 40 different females?
Is that 40 now? It's 30, right?
It's like 30 to 40. So it's a lot. It's a lot.
But here's the thing, though. Even if he was doing that, where's the non-disclosure agreement? There's got to be some better way.
People's at?
Somebody's got to be able to help him out.
You're $100 million man. Where's your assistant?
Y'all remember when Tiger got caught all them years ago? That's the first thing. I used to coach for a dude, and the first that played in the league, and the first thing he said is like, even me, I used to tell my homeboy, hey, get her number for me. I don't want her to know who I am. You know what I'm saying? She can't have my phone number. She can't have nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like at the end of the day, what are you really thinking that you're gonna have actual direct message, like all that stuff? Is
actually
dumb.
DMing these.
It doesn't make any sense, bro. It's like if Benny's my guy and Benny goes to the league and he says, hey, Jergen, take her phone number. You think I'm going to say no? You know what I'm saying? So why would somebody say no to Deshaun? Why would somebody say no to Deshaun? It just doesn't make no sense, man.
Oh, Benny dropped off.
There you go. There you go.
And I like that's just what it is, man. Like it's crazy that we look at this and we look at these situations like, yo, who are your peoples? Who around you right now?
Yeah,
I agree. I just
like this. Like,
don't understand how you move that way.
You think if my boy playing the league, he out there, he can be making 20 million over the next 5 years. You think I ain't gonna be like, hey, bro, you trying to do whatever you trying to do? You trying to
makes no sense,
hey,
bro.
let me know. I got you. I like. I don't want you to fuck up your money for one.
Right.
Two, but if you put me on payroll, if all I'm doing is when we go out, I'm making sure nothing happen with you, and I'm getting, let's say 30, 40 G's, whatever. Like just a simple payroll, like that ain't nothing but $20 an hour. Like over the course of the year. But like you shoot me some money like to make sure nothing happening. Like you need one of those people on your team. And I don't get why that's not one of the things, like somebody to keep you in line. You see the dude, everybody's seen the tape now. The dude who came and grabbed Aaron Donald off of like that whole situation. Mm-hmm. Aaron Donald wasn't doing nothing but separating people from.
I just about to say that tape really exonerates Aaron Donald.
Yes,
like
completely.
That dude accused Aaron Donald of doing all of this, and no, that dude was getting stomped, and Aaron Donald literally saved him.
Aaron Donald could have done what those guys did, but he didn't. And Aaron Donald was like, "Yo, chill," like grabbing people off, pull 2-3 dudes off, and then somebody was like, "Yo, no, let's go." That guy deserves about 20 G's just for that. He saved him 100. He saved him about $1 million right there.
Sure.
Well, that yeah.
He needs to be on payroll. He earned the paycheck. Sit your ass down.
I'm gonna look at it right now.
The Aaron Donald tape.
Bro,
the dude is getting stomped out by a group of people. Now, Aaron Donald actually comes in there to try to break everything up.
Dude threw a bottle at Aaron Donald.
Mm-hmm.
Which one is Aaron Donald? This is going too fast.
You'll see him. He gets snatched away at the end.
Oh,
he looks small. There's some big dudes in there.
But Aaron Donald's not that big.
He ain't but 6 feet and just
he's yoked, but he's not that big.
Yeah.
No.
He's a man beast, but you can't tell it on camera.
Right. Benny, let me ask you about him, Benny. If you just evaluating the best athletes you've ever seen, where you put Aaron Donald, best athlete you've ever seen, I guess in any level.
Aaron Donald,
a freak of nature type human being.
He's probably right after Manny Lawson.
Wow, I haven't heard that name in so long.
Manny Lawson,
NC State linebacker.
He played with my cousin Andre Maddox up there, and that's like we're third cousins, and after like when they were recruiting him, all 3 levels of the defense were fighting for him. All 3 different coaches were fighting for him because he was just that type of athlete. You know him. He's up there with now. I would say Aaron Donald's behind him, but Manny Lawson's behind Javon Curse.
Sure.
Javon Curse was nasty.
Sure.
But Darren,
that's a hell of a list to be on, by the way. That's a crazy list to
Manny
be on.
Lawson played on that same team as
Mario Williams.
Mario Williams.
People really thought Manny was better. I thought Manny was better. In all honesty, I thought Manny was better.
I think Manny was ahead of his time, man. The NFL defenses right now would be perfect for him in a stand-up role. You know, I think they drafted him and tried to put his hand in the dirt. Was at San Francisco or somewhere like that? Yeah. If he was playing stand-up linebacker for what T.J. Watt's doing now, or what guys like Justin Houston have done in recent years, he'd be an 18 sack guy. There's no question. He's just too athletic, man.
It was like 6'6". Like he scored like every point. Like his high school, I think it was like a 2A school, but he scored every point for his high school track team, and like they won state. He scored something like 35 points or something, and that was good enough.
Yeah,
like when he was in high school. Yeah, he was ridiculous.
So I gotta ask. Well, oh, never mind. I was about to say you went to high school in Jurgen, right?
Yeah, Suncoast.
Y'all was in the same class though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. So I was gonna ask you something. It was before your time. I'm a little bit older than y'all, so I was gonna ask you what y'all knew about Walter Dix and like that class of athletes and all that, because you knew about Brent Schaefer.
Mm-hmm.
Dix was, I know the name.
Dix he won bronze medal in the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Broward County, so he went to Coral
Dix
Springs.
he didn't go to Deerfield. Didn't he go to?
He went to Coral Springs. So I went to 3 high schools.
Okay.
I bounce around. Don't worry about why, but I bounced around
badass.
high school. Actually, I
knucklehead little boy.
That, man. Relax. That's not what I was. But like my freshman year, I went to school where Walter Dix went to school. We actually grew up in the same classes. But like one of the things I always try to explain to people like about Florida athletes is Walter Dix is the example. And I explained it to people that Walter Dix used to get his money took running races.
Oh, for sure.
He used to get his money took races. There are guys where I'm from used to take his money in 100 meters, and he was a state champion and then became an Olympic bronze medalist. Who in your opinion, I know we kind of digressing from where we've been at, and maybe we're backtracking, but who in your opinion from Florida, when you grew up, I know you mentioned a few people, but like he didn't get close to where he should have been, but that was like the guy to you.
In what sport?
Whatever. Actually, whatever.
Athletics, period. To your while you kind of pondering, Benny, I think what Terrence is saying is like we all know dudes who should have made it but never got there. You know what I'm saying? So like there's even dudes like I don't know if they would have been college level athletes, but there's good dudes in our class in high school that could play ball but just never made it to practice. Like you know what I'm saying? Like good athletes that just never played. You know?
Were they guys that could they have gone to college, or they're not able to?
He's saying dudes that never made it to where
like the guys that never lived up to the potential that everybody thought.
What was
like everybody can think of that one guy that at the time you were like, yeah, this guy's going to the NFL.
Like the Earl Manning go like New York, that guy for like those types of people. Or maybe he did make it to college and just didn't live up to it.
I would say 2 people that went to Suncoast right before we got there was Reggie Dent and Ballin, Molden brother, Eden brother. I mean, those are the 2 guys that immediately come to mind.
I think there's a lot of them.
And before we were even like in high school, it would be Donald Runner.
Yeah.
Was a quarterback, and Abe Elam, older brother. You know, from Palm Beach that I can really think of right now.
You know what's weird with Palm Beach though, Benny, is that they were almost treated up until maybe recently. It's kind of like I don't know if like people think Palm Beach is just like the kids that come out of Belgrade. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think they realize how many talented dudes are within the city and within the city limits. But I think you'd also agree Palm Beach has kind of got diluted in recent years. You know what I'm saying? Like there's so many new high schools popping up that nobody's really. I don't know if you've been back recently, but there's like a high school on every corner now. Same thing in Broward. If you go down to Broward, there's like a high school around every corner. So it's like the neighborhood kids are so spread out that you don't even. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't even think they even compete with each other anymore. It's a weird environment. Man.
So, you know, when I first moved out to
Jeff Luke. I'm sorry, Jeff Luke got thrown in the chat. That just threw me off.
We coached against Luke. We coached against Luke when I was at Boca High. And true story, we played them second round of the state playoffs in 2010. 2009. And Jeff Luke was the second best defensive player on that football team. They had another little linebacker that went to Georgia, like 5'11", 190. Luke made like 3 tackles that whole game against us in Boca. Maybe 3 tackles. And he was the #1 recruit in the country.
You say he went to Georgia?
Yeah, some little linebacker, man. I forget his name. He was just this little unheralded. I mean, Benny, he don't look like he weighed but 185, 190. You know what I'm saying? And
Did he play safety at Georgia?
Might have. I don't know what happened to the kid. All I knew is that kid had like 13 tackles against us, and Luke had like 2 or 3. And Luke was supposed to be. I'm talking about you. The way Boca, he was huge. And the way Boca High set up, both the locker rooms are opposite each other. You know, they walk out on the field or whatever. You can see that kid when he got off the bus half a mile away from you. It's a massive human being, you know. But he just wasn't that deal on the field like that, bro. He wasn't that guy.
Yeah, the measurables.
He finished his career at Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he did, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It's so you know, like how you were saying, like they've added so many high schools down there in South Florida, but still the traditional powers still got pulled. You got Central, Northwestern, you know,
sure.
Ely still king in Broward, are they?
They got a squad, but it's not. I'll say this: Ely's not was when we was in high school. It wasn't that. It wasn't. It wasn't Moss Ely.
So I'm from Broward, and I say Ely Diller's the guy right now. Like if you look at talent, Diller got all the talent right there. This year we got 2 guys from committed next year for FSU. Diller got some talent, and I don't know who won. Somebody won state from Broward. Was it Diller?
Heritage,
American Heritage.
Oh, yeah, Heritage won, huh? You know they recruiting, so
they fought from the Corey Simon, Tyrone Moss, the Crockett days. Like Ely's still there, but I think it's a lot more going on. And maybe I only speak on this because I'm from there and I know a little bit more from a politics there. They're dealing with some things there where it's not conducive to the talent actually reaching their potential.
Right.
And that's what they're dealing with there. And I don't think people realize how important that is. Sometimes, what's going on in the city is very important as far as, talent and investment in the schools and everything around there. Broward County, Pompano Beach in particular, I think can do a lot better for themselves. I grew up there, man. I love my city. That's my place, but I wouldn't raise my family there for nothing right now.
Sure.
And you could tell me to go back there to raise my family.
I got you. So
Benny, what you're saying, you're right. The traditional powers are still the powers, like the St. Thomas, the Northwesterns, things like that. But I'm talking for us in West Palm, there's not the volume of high quality football players isn't the same. The pure volume, right? So if you take that pure volume and like when we were in high school, there was a John I. Leonard, and then there was a Royal Palm Beach, and then a Wellington, right? But then all the Glades kids, they come east, and then you see Palm Beach Central pop up and all these other schools. You're not seeing all of the kids, the best kids, stay in place because there's so much around them in proximity. You know what I'm saying? Like you could move one street over and be going to a different high school now.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I think it just kind of ruins that maybe competitiveness in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Like kids from Riviera Beach was either going to Suncoast or Gardens. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Dwyer when we were in high school. You know what I'm saying? A couple went to Dwyer. Now they're all over the place. And then they brought up Oxbridge and all these places. So the whole point is that I think now it's almost like a diluted environment to where you're not seeing you won't see one team in Palm Beach be very, very good anymore, at least in my eyes, because they're really all going everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right. So like out here, and you can attest to this, Jurgen.
Mm-hmm.
Like I thought it was crazy when I moved down to Houston and realized if you're in the city limits, there wasn't a good football team.
Yeah.
Like all the good teams are in the suburbs. When like we were growing up, like, and it's still like that in Palm Beach, where you can literally still go to Liberty City. You know, you're gonna get the best football. In Dade County, gonna be Liberty City. You got Carroll City. You know, Southridge will be good a couple years too, but mainly in the city. Here, nobody's good in the city, and technically we're in the city, but our school's like borderline suburban. Also, you know what I'm saying? And North Shore is technically in the city limits, but they're in their own school district with them and Galena Park High School.
Yeah.
So, but like in the city, I thought that was so crazy that in order to get the really good players, they all live in the suburbs out here.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was just the weirdest thing, because I mean, Wellington had decent teams, but Cats wasn't flying out. Other than Julian Battle, Cats wasn't Jesse. When Jesse before he went to South Florida, but then he ended up going to Clay Central senior year. Like Cass wasn't going out to the suburbs to getting players like that when we were growing up.
Yeah.
Now it's just like so. When I came out here and realized that I was in a major city and none of the schools in the city were good. That blew my mind.
But it's a money thing though, because you mentioned the facilities, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned the facilities out here. I live in a suburb way out there. We're 40 minutes north of Dallas.
You in Louisville, right?
I'm in 15 minutes north of Louisville, almost in Denton.
He North Texas.
So you know Geyer High School, Benny.
You in Denton?
Yeah, I live 2 minutes away from Geyer High School. Ryan High School is like maybe 10 minutes away from me, so I'm up there. You know, but to talk about like, so the perfect example is these kids. They'll come around my neighborhood in the summer getting donations and stuff, and they don't even sweat me because they knew they've already got, $500,000 collected between the rest of their teammates over the last 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like the money just flows into these schools out here, and it feeds into everything that you talked about. If you look at Dallas, I think in Dallas, Benny, you could correct me if I'm wrong. Other than the private schools, what team is popping in Dallas right now?
You can still say Sock is real good. They're 5A.
Okay.
Sock is good. Skyline still got some. And then I'm not sure how Kimball did this year. I know their running back went to SMU. But but majority of the players are in the suburbs, man. Like
then you go to Southlake. Southlake has the number 1 player in the country this year.
Oh yeah, or Quentin. I mean, I'm saying his name wrong, but
I just want to say this, man. I just wonder, like, because I'm so used to Pompano. I'm used to like certain cities in Miami being so like the hoods got those dudes. Why is Oak Cliff like? Why? What's up with those cities like not having those dudes? Is it just because the athletes aren't there?
Nah, they still got them. Like Stock has them. Stock has them. South Oak Cliff High School has them, and a bunch of them literally go to Cedar Hill, DeSoto, or Duncanville. They live in Oak Cliff and go there. So Stock still has them. The South Side of Dallas still has them. I mean, they just don't all go to Sock, or they don't all go to Carter anymore, So the kids still live there. They just don't go to the neighborhood schools anymore.
I realized, man. I saw this one kid, man, and he only runs track or whatever, but dude has some speed to him. But you want to know, like, and you mentioned this earlier when we circling back to the beginning. This dude had been coached on how to run, and I was like, oh, okay, you know what you're doing. Like, you know how to get your 40 time to where it need to be. You know what? And he wasn't even, a big time athlete, but he knew how to run, period. And I think that's a big difference. Like I seeing it when I came out here. I've only been here coming up on 3 years, right, Jared? Like you see it in some of these kids, man. And I've been to maybe 2 or 3 games, and like Jared said, like the athletes are there, but I don't see the same twitch that I see in Florida athletes, for one. But I also see kids who are just far and beyond like understanding the game of football.
Benny, is is 7-on-7 big in Texas?
Yeah. We
And
just
how
hosted
has it?
one.
And how has it changed? What's your opinion on the 7-on-7 and how has it changed like high school football and stuff?
I think it's advanced the game.
Hmm.
I know some of the coaches don't like not even handing over that power to those 7-on-7 guys, but I think it has enhanced the skill. I think kids are able to play earlier in college because of it. And I think it takes away that intimidation factor when it comes to playing in the season. When you're in Houston, you have to go to Beaumont to play. Well, I don't played against them all summer, so I know I know who these kids are. I know they're not like that if I'm like that, you know. But I think it has advanced the game, and those old school coaches who like control over a kid's future, they're fading away. We got a guy that's pretty big on the circuit, and he does some really good things in the classroom as well. Mike West, he's a guy that he's really about the kids, and so guys like him really make the 7-on-7 deal really efficient and really good for the kids. So I'm actually a fan of it. I mean, I think it's good for the game.
You're not. Are you? Do you have any worry that it becomes AAU, like how AAU basketball pretty much dominates high school basketball? Like, it doesn't even matter what high school these kids play for. It's all about what AAU teams they're running with throughout the country.
I think it's different.
Are you worried that 7-on-7 could become something like that?
No, because in AAU basketball, you're literally playing the exact same game that you're playing with high school. But in football, you can only play tackle football with your high school. And so I think that's the big difference. And in basketball, you literally don't even have to go through a high school coach if you really wanted to, because you're seeing everything you need to see. So in high school football, you have to go through the high school coach or the recruiting coordinators, because I gotta see what this kid's like in pads. Like, I can't just go off 7.
Here's the thing about that. So do you feel like AAU football hurts? I'm sorry, not AAU football. 7-on-7 football hurts defenders more than it does help offensive players, because who it obviously benefits offense more, but for defense, is it really even helpful at all to be out there and covering these guys if you can't prove what you do once the ball is caught? Because the ball gonna get caught.
You're saying is it benefiting the defense?
Well, it doesn't. We know that clearly. But
what he's basically trying to ask is, for a defensive player, what should defensive players really even participate in these 7-on-7?
Oh yeah.
Because it seems like it's more geared towards the offensive players.
Well, 7-on-7 is an offensive drill, and if you're not completing 7-on-7, if you're not completing it at an 85% clip, you're horrible, because there's nobody rushing you, and you kind of got 4 seconds to be back there. But I think it really helps defensive guys catch up, because you're really honing your skills. Yeah, you're going to give up more touchdowns than you have stops, but when it comes to actual game play, it really catches the defensive guys up. Because we do 7-on-7 every single day in regular practice. So I really think it's great for the defensive guys. It's a real challenge to be able to guard somebody with no pads on, and the quarterback doesn't have a rush, and he's going to be a little bit more accurate. So you really have to be on your toes and really honing in on your technique when you're playing against these guys on the 7-on-7 level. So I think it really works those guys.
It's 4.5 seconds. That's what it is.
It's something like that, right?
It's like no more than. It's not 5. Is
it 5?
When I was coaching, they would do it at 4.
4. Okay.
They had the the ball timer or whatever. Yeah. Benny, I'll agree with you in this sense. There are certain things that conceptually, as a defender, I think you'd agree with this. Say you're playing nickel corner, right? You can never get enough reps as a nickel corner, my opinion. because you have to do so much in terms of not just pattern reading for who you're defending, but pattern reading for everybody that's surrounding that person that you're lined up over, right? So that's what I think 7-on-7 does, is it gets a bunch of guys who, again, when we were in high school, what was a linebacker doing? A linebacker was playing in between, D gap to D gap and expected to knock everything off of them. But when you're looking at a defender now transitioning to college, you're going to see spread as soon as you get to the collegiate level. How do you get back in that zone drop, and how do you interpret everything that's in front of you? You can't get that without repetition. So I agree with that, like, completely. I think what Terrence is thinking about is more so, are kids thinking that 7-on-7, and correct me if I'm wrong, Terrence, well, I'm a good 7-on-7 safety, so I'm going to be a good safety come Saturday or come Friday.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I think that's what he's saying. But to your point, Benny, a college coach isn't going to recruit you solely off your 7-on-7 unless maybe you play a receiver, right? At least that's what I would take it as. Other than that, I got to see some bullets fly. I got to see you hit something to see if you can play what is a pretty violent game, right?
Yeah.
Because I think, I don't know, I can't think of a kid who off of 7-on-7 alone who's just been like, I'm going to be the number 5 recruit in the country.
Right. No, it hasn't happened yet. But the more I think the 7-on-7 game continues to grow, because
it's a big deal.
You said it's huge in Texas, and I know it's huge in Florida, and like now these teams are getting big sponsors now. Like, it's becoming 7-on-7 is becoming a big thing. I think it might. I don't know. I think it might get to the point where, at what you just said, this guy got the number 1 DB in the country because he's locking everyone down on 7-on-7.
But see, but I'll say this though: like, if you're a corner, to Benny's point, there's no rush on the quarterback. Nobody has on pads, and I have to cover you for 4.5 seconds now, right? If I can mirror that guy in front of me for 4.5 seconds,
yeah, that's nasty. Yeah.
So you know what? Maybe I am a top 5 corner if I could do that. I don't care if you can tackle or not. Just stay with that person that's in front of you.
If he can't catch it, it don't matter if he can tackle.
It don't matter. Just stay right there. You know what I'm saying? But to Benny's point, way early on in this conversation, football has some very basic principles. Is the first thing you got to do is affect whoever's closest to the football, right? And you can't play football without fat people. That's never not going to happen.
Fat boys get it done.
That's just a fact. You always, man. And Benny would understand this, man. An offensive line coach in high school, especially that JV freshman guy, should probably be the nicest guy on your staff, because you got to get all these fat kids, all of us, low self-esteem, clothes fitting baggy, and the whole 9. Come over here and lift some weights with me for 2 or 3 years.
I'm gonna make you a bad motherfucker.
You can't survive without that kid. You can't survive without that kid. Football still comes down to that. So 7-on-7 will never kill that. It'll never kill that.
Those coaches make it okay to be.
Well, you bring it up, so I kind of want to transition to this.
Sure.
Because I'm seeing a lot at these 7-on-7 camps, the O-line and D-line drills where they're blocking each other without pads. Sure. And I'm cool with the 7-on-7. I have a real problem with those drills a lot of the times.
Sure.
Because I'm watching these drills a lot of times. The technique's terrible. They're like, what do you think about that, Benny?
You talking about the linemen?
Yeah, when they go 1-on-1, like you got a lineman on a tackle, no pads, and you're like, this.
I think that drill is for the mature guy. When you have these kids who are 13 and 14, they're rushing against each other, they're literally going to grab each other and throw each other down. Me personally, if you literally grab me and throw me down, you got to see me after that rep. Because we're not playing football anymore.
Right.
So, now, if you pancake me and you block me and you pancake me, I can respect that.
But see, that's the problem I have. Too many times I'm watching these drills. The offensive lineman literally is putting the guy in the headlock, slinging him to the ground, and whoever the coaches at these drills are like high-fiving. Right, they hyping this up and they high-fiving. I'm like,
and you let people come in and hype it up, man.
And I'm like, that was terrible.
They're horrible people.
Yeah, they're like egging this stuff. I'm like, these kids aren't learning anything from these drills.
Right. But that's why I say you got, like, when you're around the mature guys, you don't get that. guys who are literally, like these guys are going to go play in college. Now, which college, I don't know, but these cats are going to play in college. There's a few of them who are going to get paid a lot of money to do this one day. You don't see that as much. That's why you can't just go to just any old camp because you're going to get fooled since like what you're talking about. But when you go to one where you go, the camp has a bunch of dudes there, they're not going to do that to each other because that's not realistic. And they're gonna be in there and they're gonna be trying to work. They're gonna try to work and they're gonna try to get each other better. And you don't see that. But no, I do see those clips where a kid will literally clothesline somebody, throw them down, and then just like push them down on the ground, like, and then they're hyping them up.
And the coach is in here like, yeah.
What's old boy for us? What's old boy for us? He's our guard. I'm just drawing a blank on it. Lucas. He had some tape like that, and I was like, I mean. What did he really do? He's just holding. Huh?
Is he a guy? Is he a guy?
Physically,
yeah. He looks the
now, mind you, he's done a solid job at FSU.
But that was 3-4 years ago, Terrence.
But I'm saying, but when you saw him in those drills that we're talking about, he was doing a lot of that.
But even his weren't as egregious as some of the things that I've seen. I mean, I know what you're talking about, but I've literally seen guys like throw a kid in the headlock, put him to the ground, and then the coach and then the coach comes in and he's like, "That's how you do it," and you're like, "No, that's not how you do it
at all." Like, what are we doing here?
But to Benny's point, those who knows, that camp was probably some backwater camp somewhere. I guess the real camps, I guess you don't see those type of things.
Like we're hosting the Rivals. One of the Rivals camps on our campus next Saturday. Like you're gonna go there and you show up and you're gonna see guys with like some big time offers are gonna be there. You're gonna see you're gonna even see some freshmen who have been offered, and you're gonna see these guys, they're working like pros because a lot of them work out with pros. Right. And you're gonna see them come in there and you're gonna see them. It's gonna look organized. They're not gonna look like some street stuff. And it's gonna be guys that are going in there and actually using technique that they've been taught by guys who know what's going on, how to do things. But them camps that be in the like on the playground at elementary schools. And you go out there and mess around and tear ACL or
right.
Yeah,
let's make the trip. Jared, let's make the trip.
We could, as long as you did it. Yeah,
I'm with it.
It's nothing. I've been wanting to go see play. I was gonna go this year, but COVID.
So you say we are going this weekend? What you talking about?
Oh, you talking about Houston? Yeah. Bro, Jurgen, Earl, this is almost Earl's second home out here.
For real?
Like Earl done came out here like 3 times. Like Earl comes out here sometimes and I don't even get to see him.
For real?
like yeah. And then Troy's moving out here, McCray.
Okay, that's dope.
He's actually out here right now. They're about to look for a house. But I'm down. And then I know I'm probably bringing we have the number 68 player in the country right now. I might end up bringing him up there to SMU. They want him. They've offered him, so I may end up bringing him up there. So I'm definitely getting to Dallas. I know this summer.
Is it an official visit or what?
It'll be unofficial. He's only a sophomore right now. But
hey man, you seem like a cool guy, man. If you need somewhere to facilitate that, man. My doors are open, bro.
Yeah. We got him.
Okay. Appreciate it, man. And then I know I'm literally like, okay, y'all like the first people that know this, but I'm literally about to move into a house like on Monday down in Sugarland. So
congratulations, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, appreciate it. Y'all come down, man. Yeah, I got a place to crash, man.
But we need to try and make it out there for this camp if we can get out there. Is it open?
In the stands, I believe. Yeah, it's in our stadium, so I mean anybody can come watch. They may be kind of. I mean, if you want to like film and stuff like that, like I don't know about
I'm
that.
pretty sure they'll be closed on that, but
yeah. Or I mean, they can't do nothing about your cell phone, But.
I got a good Android, man. I got a good Android.
Team Android.
Hey,
but it's a lot of it's gonna be a lot of good guys. It's the underclassmen. So you won't see the junior. I don't think you'll see the juniors and the seniors.
But I mean, 2022 and 2023 classes are looking really solid. Like it's looking like it's a lot of guys out there I mean, I swear, bro, the athletes is just getting better and better. I mean, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
it's more skill out there than there was before, and guys really focusing, man. Like, that's I tell my cousins, my younger cousin. I got a couple of younger cousins playing college football now, bro. Like, it's just you need more. Everything is about more. Like what's that extra edge you can get to separate yourself? Got one cousin at FAU. He turned down, to what Jurgen was talking about earlier. He turned down going to Kansas, Florida State, and all these other schools. Went to FAU because not really just because he was going to play. He liked the culture and everything, but he has opportunity there. He know he's going to be on the field. He saw a good 3-4 games like where he was pretty much starting. Has about five sacks and 5-6 sacks in his freshman year. That's a start for your freshman year, you know.
Right.
And,
very good.
But these guys are that skill level is there now, and you need every edge you can have to be better than the next guy. So, like these 7, that's the one thing I can say about 7-on-7 camps. Guys like Mortimer, Devon Mortimer, FSU commit, like that's what separates him. What he does in 7-on-7 camps, like when he goes to these tournaments, man, he looks like the best player on the field. And he's only a 3-star based upon, you know, size, all this.
But he lives in where?
So,
South Florida?
Dillard.
Goes to Dillard.
Yes.
He's one of those Dillard guys. He's a Nigel Kelly. He's following Nigel Kelly to FSU out of Dillard. But when he gets on the field, he looks like the best player on the 7-on-7.
But you know that's the thing. Like, so in South Florida, you got some 3-stars that you're like, if you played anywhere else, you'd be a 4-star, a high 4-star.
Said that for years. Give me a South Florida 3-star any day of the week.
Damian Barry was a high 3, was a high 3-star, and I mean he got a Super Bowl ring now. Like,
listen, if Damian played in Kentucky,
he was 5-star, the easy 5-star.
He'd be the number 1 prospect.
Yeah, I didn't see how he was how he wasn't a high 4-star guy, just because of the fact that about he could play on both sides of the ball. And so that was where I was like, I was a little confused when he was coming out. He was a 3-star, and I was like, well, everybody wants him. How is he not at least a mid 4-star guy? You know, and he actually played sometime as a freshman, and then got more time as a sophomore and a junior. But it's like, well, how do you not? I mean, how does a guy like that how is he not a 4-star guy when you can clearly see he kind of looked like a pro when we were in high school? You know?
Wasn't he 200 in high school? He was at least 195.
Bro, Damian was like 200, like his freshman year when I was a sophomore.
Right.
He was about, because he played linebacker for us.
Right. He played linebacker, running back, and safety.
He didn't. I mean, you knew he wasn't going to play linebacker in college, but it was like, I mean.
Yeah, by the way, guys, Damian played running back at Miami. What year is this? What would that be?
He was a year behind us, so he's 07. He was the 07 class. He was in there with was it Cooper?
Randy Phillips. He played with Randy Phillips.
Yeah, Randy was I think Randy was a year older than us. So yeah, he played a couple years with Randy.
He graduated with Deontay Thompson though. That's who he played with.
Yeah.
Deontay Thompson.
They won state.
Travis Benjamin.
Yeah, they won state.
Yeah, man. Now he was a monster, man. But yeah, Adrian, I couldn't agree more, man. Like when we I look at especially when I look at our recruiting classes, man. I like to see those guys that are coming out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this Fort Myers kid that nobody knows about that's somehow an 85, you know what I'm saying, out of 99 rating. Yeah. Who's going to be getting an NFL contract in 3 years. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'll take those guys any day. Yeah.
Who was the quarterback that FSU who's going to be their bell cow guy? Because it's time to be done with these portal guys. You gotta get a guy. Who's the guy that they're gonna?
I like this question. Halo,
so you're talking about in this class right here.
Well, it doesn't have to be this class. Well, wait, between the class they just signed, the 2021 class, in the 2022 class, did 21 have a guy that you feel like this guy can be our quarterback for 3 years?
No, we didn't sign a quarterback in the 21.
Didn't sign
class.
a quarterback?
No. Well, that's why they brought in Milton, because we didn't get a quarterback. So they
But
brought in
Milton has 1 year left.
Milton has 1 year, yeah.
But what about Travis then?
No,
he's still there. He's still there. I mean, they're battling it out.
He's not the guy though.
That's what I'm saying. So who's your bell cow guy going to be in the 2022 or the 23 class that you're already on? Because if you got a bell cow guy, and I'm a coach right now, I know who my guy is right now. Now he can't sign right now, but I know who my guy is, and he wants me. I want him.
I guess he's asking if Nico is the guy.
So the plan is for Florida State is to take 2 quarterbacks this cycle. They got one guy committed already, 4-star kid out of Arizona named Nico Marchiol. He's been serving the bell cow role from the quarterback spot. He's been tweeting guys, doing all that a bell cow would do, tweeting the guys, recruiting guys, all that stuff. Probably our biggest bell cow on current commits is actually that our corner out of Georgia, who's a West Palm native. That dude, he's in everybody's.
He's the best. He's gonna be the best college football player.
Travis Hunter. If you don't know who Travis Hunter is, check him out.
Travis Hunter is probably going to be the best college football player at some point. I'm going on record saying that.
He must be pretty big, huh?
Benny, his daddy from Boynton Beach area. Benny, he
a Florida boy in his.
Go check him out.
In his bloodlines.
Hunter.
Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
He could be a top 5 player on either side of the ball.
He's arguably the best wide receiver in the country and the best DB in the country.
And the best DB. And the best.
He's like that?
Yeah, no, he's
that guy.
He's one of those kind of special guys.
He's the best. He's the best skill player in this upcoming class.
You said Dan Squatch said his length is stupid. He's a long kid.
6'2", 6'3". Super.
I think he's like 6'1", 6'2", but he's long arms.
By the time he leave, he's gonna be 6'3". Like he's gonna be a 6'3" guy. Like,
so he's a junior right now in high school.
He's in his senior. He's in his senior year right now.
Well, he's going into his senior year.
He graduates 22.
Yeah,
22. Oh, okay.
So I guess he
that's
would be
our
a junior
bell cow guy.
Yeah.
Like
he would be a junior going into his senior year.
But you got to have a quarterback though.
Right. So we got that guy committed, and they're targeting another kid out of Georgia named MJ Morris, dual threat quarterback. I think that's their top quarterback on their board.
Yeah.
Is he a 5-star guy?
No. He's a high 4-star.
So he may get to that 5.
He's like a top 100.
He need a good. Is he going to the elite? Is the Elite 11 going on right now? Are there holdbacks?
I'm pretty sure MJ Morris would be in the Elite 11.
Yeah, so he needs a good Elite 11 to be a 5-star.
So I mean, that means he needs to get into that top 30, the top 35.
Yeah, I don't know if MJ Morris can reach that top 30.
He's not going to do that.
How big is he?
He's not particularly big, about 6'1", 6'2".
Yeah, it's gonna be tough just because of the measurable. Of getting to that.
To be a top 30 quarterback, you got to be 6'3", 6'4".
No, he's saying a top 30 player. Period.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
He's a top 30 quarterback already. I mean,
I apologize, but maybe I worded that wrong. But to be a top 30 player as a quarterback, to be a top 30 quarterback, you got to be.
He's a top. Here, I'll look it up real quick.
Because
he's a top 5 dual threat, if I'm not mistaken.
When they do these rankings, when they do the rankings,
he's a number 4 dual threat quarterback.
There you go.
He's 6'1", 175.
He's got to hop up. He's got to hop up probably into that top 2 in order to get that 5-star. But the size would scare me with giving him that 5th star, because when they do the science of it is, if a guy in order to break world records, in order to have supposedly with the science of it in the skeletal system and what's the muscle system called?
I don't know the word for it, but I know what you're talking. Yeah,
you have to be 6'3".
Yeah,
to do things at a world-class level. That's why Usain Bolt was so great, because he was 6'5". He was taking like 7 steps less than everybody else.
Right.
And so it's the same thing when they look at these 5-star kids. If you got a kid that's a 5-star and he's not 6'3", he's probably one of the most twitchiest kids you've ever seen in your life.
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray is that
Kyler
twitchy,
Murray.
and he was just because Kyler Murray is like, they tried to say he's 5'10". Kyler Murray is like a touch taller than me.
Yeah.
So they're saying he's 6'1.5". That means he's probably about 5'11".
Yeah.
But he has long arms.
I don't see that in what I'm looking at.
You talking about MJ Morris?
Yeah, and he's like 175 listed, which means he probably about 160, 165.
I linked it to you, Benny. I sent it to you on Facebook, Benny.
They got him listed at 6'1", but
yeah. Well, I'm looking at 24/7. They say 6'1.5".
What does he weigh?
173.
Oh,
that means he like 160, 165, bro. Like,
so you're trying to tell me he has to put on another 35 pounds in order to get to playing weight?
Yeah.
That's scary. That's scary. I'd be scared to give him 5. I'd be scared to give him a 5th star.
And I understand that. And I'm not high on MJ. I'm not as high as
you like the team of Arizona a little better?
I'm not a big fan of either, in all honesty. I want to see something on the field.
Shit.
They're okay. They're great. They're really good to great college high school quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
They don't provide me with that, like, oh my God, this guy's gonna tear it up. Like, this is our dude. I don't see that when I look at him. But at the same time, I'm okay with that. You don't always need that to be that guy when you get to the next level. Maybe you're not getting the coaching you need. Maybe you're not, as developed as you should be. These guys are freaking 16, bro. Y'all remember what we was like when we was 16, man? Like, it's unfair to just dismiss them. But then there are guys who you look at and you're like, shit, he's that's him.
I think that's what Dan Squatch is talking about. Legit 5-star guys jump off the screen.
Correct.
Like,
they jump off the screen at 16. Like, sophomore, junior year, they're that guy. You see it.
Yeah.
Well, but to the point of a Kyler
but
Murray,
there's no quarterback like that available right now.
No,
exactly. I agree. I don't see nobody.
In 2022?
You like your boy?
Not that's
like,
available. Who?
Well, okay, available, correct. I'm saying there's guys out there who are fitting that
mold. Yeah. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
everybody's available. Nobody's signed. I mean, I can flip a guy. Hey,
that coach?
Because I was talking, Benny, Mike Haygood. I was talking to Mike about this. The one thing that I don't want, and this sounds weird, I feel like the sweet spot with quarterbacks when it comes to these recruiting rankings for a guy that's actually going to be successful, I almost never want the number one godsend. Like, that's just me, right? I think Trevor Lawrence, the number one guy in the country, that guy always worries me more than the guy who's ranked 2 through 5 or 2 through 6.
Why you know that?
I think the quarterback position is very fickle, right? I think it's a crapshoot. I've always said it's a crapshoot. This isn't the defensive end position. So to our point earlier with Kayvon Thibodeau, you look at Thibodeau in high school, he's a Division I defensive end. He's going to play pro football. I knew that his senior year, right? You look at, we talk about Josh Sweat from time to time, right, Terrence? Josh Sweat, I don't care what position he played, that's a professional football player. I'm not going to miss on that kid.
He could have played 3 different positions.
Right, but you look at a quarterback, the mental makeup of that human being is weird, bro. I think you got to acknowledge that.
I want to your point, Jurgen, to Benny. There's this guy that on my channel I've looked at. He's the number 1 overall prospect in the country, quarterback, Quinn Edwards.
Yeah.
They got him the perfect rating. He's 100.0 whatever. He's 100. Apparently he's like the perfect prospect. And I no doubt watching his tape that he's really good, really, really, really good. My problem with Edwards is, as we talked about earlier, that kid has been coached probably since 10 years old. And you can see it in the film. You can see it in the film.
What's the wide receiver?
His parents has paid big money for a quarterback coach.
Well, the problem with him is he's been.
So my problem is
they've run that system since he was 8 years old. But
Correct.
he got out. But he got outdueled by the kid from Westlake. I like the kid from Westlake better.
You know exactly who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So who was that wide receiver got offered by Nick Saban at like 13, 14? He's a wide receiver that went up at West Virginia. He got signed to be a quarterback. David Stills.
He was offered by Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin in 8th grade.
Oh, it's Lane?
Yeah.
So David Stills.
He's a pro now, right?
I mean, he is, but
he's not like a starter.
He's a pro wide receiver.
Yeah, he's a pro.
He's a pro. That means but that's hit. Because he hit because he maxed out as far as his understanding of football. He was supposed to be a quarterback. He was supposed to be that transcendent quarterback. He was supposed to be what everybody talks about Andrew Luck as being. And he didn't. He whiffed like freaking like the all-time strikeout leader. Like he just whiffed at quarterback. He wasn't that dude. But his understanding of football and he had a skill set that was good enough. His understanding of football, his skill set allowed him to be a wide receiver. Honestly, he's not twitchy enough to be like a game changer at wide receiver. He's not fast enough. He's not that guy, that wide receiver that's going to change games. He's not even Adam Thielen to me. So, and mind you, Adam Thielen is a very good wide receiver. He's a very good. He's a one. He is a one.
Yeah, he's a one. Thielen is a.
He's not. Well, I'm saying he's not. Okay, he's a one, but he's not Adam Thielen.
Okay.
So he's Jeff Janis making those catches from Aaron Rodgers. He's what's the guy who played for Tampa Bay? Alo. Jervicius. Yes, is that his name?
Jervicius.
That's what he is.
Joe Jervicius.
Right? Y'all looking at me like I'm stupid.
No, I just gotta remember.
I was like, that's his name, right? He's that's what he is at best. Dang. At best, he's Joe Jervicius.
I think.
But at one point, we thought he was Andrew Luck.
Right.
Yeah.
But Andrew Luck was also a 3-star recruit. And that goes to my point.
That goes to the original point. Andrew Luck it seemed like Luck had so much room to grow, right? This Quentin Edwards kid, it wouldn't shock me if that kid was a complete bust. Not because he's not good.
Right.
He's maxed out.
I think he might be maxed out.
I agree with that. He very well could be maxed out. I would still give him a high 4-star rating. But I think the kid from Westlake's a 5-star. I think the world of him, and he actually has room to keep growing. Yeah, like he's going to fill out even more, and so. But I get what you're saying though. They got him as he's been well coached for literally probably a decade now. And somebody brought up Tate Martell. And I agree. Tate Martell shouldn't have been a 4-star. He didn't have prototypical size, and he wasn't twitchy. Like if you don't have prototypical measurements, you have to be extra twitchy, and he was neither of those. And so, they mess up. The recruiting rankings mess up, but about 80-85% of the time they actually do get it right, just on the measurables and the numbers and athleticism. They get it right, but I can see. But then in a situation like 3 years ago, if you could, so you were going to pass on Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields, you weren't going to take one or two.
No. What I'm saying is if it's me, the idea of having number one bothers me. That's just all I'm saying is You remember for us, Benny, it would have been you remember Mitch Mustaine? He came to us. Mitch Mustaine was supposed to be God to quarterbacks. But Mitch Mustaine couldn't catch on anywhere. But it always seems like it's some dude that had to go through some adversity. He wasn't the highest ranked quarterback that ends up being the guy that's just like, hey, I'm going, Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow was a 3-star kid, right? Baker Mayfield was I think it was a 2-star kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't think
you walked on at Tech.
Right. I'm just saying, I don't think you can really look at a quarterback in high school coming out and say, man, that number 1 ranking is definitive. But if you look at the number 1 running back, chances are that's definitive. Same thing with defensive end, defensive tackle. Like, you very rarely miss on that. I think there's more like a 95% clip, 99% clip. You see what I'm saying? Whereas quarterbacks are just kind of like, you don't really know that kid until he comes to your campus and has to compete for something. What is he going to grow into in 2 years? To the guys they're recruiting, they met Maricol and this kid Morris. They're middle of the guys. They're used to coming in and not being the best quarterback when they go to camp, and that's fine. Let me see who you are in 3 years, kid. Not the kid who's going to come in and says, if I mess up, my whole future's ruined. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what I think happens to those number 1 kids. Like, if it doesn't go my way, I'm going to implode. I don't trust the mental aspect of it. It's weird. I think it's weird.
And having the number 1 kid or having one of the 3 5-star kids in the recruiting classes, it sets you back because of the fact if this guy doesn't hit, you literally you may be screwed from if he commits early, you may be screwed as far as recruiting the quality quarterback, the class before him, his class, and the class after him. Now, I mean, you're running the risk of if I'm a high 4-star or a 5-star guy, well, why would I want to go there? And it's not because I'm afraid of competition. It's just because they only play 1 quarterback. They're gonna hand the ball off to 3 or 4 running backs. They can throw to 4 or 5 receivers.
Absolutely,
one trigger man, and so it can screw you in recruiting. If that 5-star number 1 guy doesn't hit, it can hurt you, and it literally sets you back if that guy's not it.
So Redavius Hall asked Leonard Fournette or Dalvin Cook 2014 class, who would you took? It's going to be Leonard Fournette. Dalvin Cook was maybe the 3rd best running back, wasn't he?
Yeah, because Yearby was rated higher than him.
Yearby was rated higher, maybe, and Fournette was the guy.
Fournette was like number 1 overall player in the country.
Fournette was the number 1 guy. So, like that's not a question. I mean, looking back at it, Leonard Fournette was just a fucking beastly person.
Yeah.
And yeah, he would have been a guy anybody would have taken. But Dalvin Cook worked out great for us. Probably one of our best running backs of all time. So that's all. Cook's our best running back of all time. Yes.
I think in hindsight, like it's easy to say one way or the other. At the time, you probably still take Fournette. I mean,
yeah, you take Fournette.
Guys just don't
agree that Cook
just don't look like Fournette every day.
Fournette's a unique athlete. He's a unique athlete. There's no way you watch. We were talking about I call it my biggest, strongest, fastest theory with running back because that's how you play football in the '60s. Benny, you would probably see this and understand.
Brown.
Yeah, Jim Brown was the biggest, strongest, fastest person on the football field. You could argue that with Derrick Henry in terms of collective athleticism at his size. You can say that about O.J. Simpson, guys like this. Leonard Fournette was the modern day version of that.
The juice.
Orenthal,
the juice, right.
What was the J score? J was
Orenthal James.
Hey, like Ross say, beat the case like a Orenthal.
There you go. I'm just saying, like, but you look at Fournette, and we were talking about this even going into the draft. Like, he ran a 4.4. What did he run? A 4.4 at 240 pounds or something like that?
You said Fournette?
Yeah. That's a no-brainer. You know what I'm saying? A 240-pound man running that fast, the way he is, man, it's crazy. You know,
I forgot about Royce Freeman was rated up there.
Royce Freeman was that dude.
But he should have been, because Royce Freeman looked like
balled out. He balled out when he got in college.
Yeah.
Right. Royce, I don't think Royce had an NFL, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but an NFL type gear, second gear. I don't think he ever had that.
I
Whereas
can see
Fournette
that.
had that.
Yeah.
Fournette definitely had.
That's what separated Cook from everybody.
Sure.
Cook gets to the edge, or he starts to get to the edge, and he's close to the edge. It's over with.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it shows. I didn't know that it would really trend. I like Cook a lot, and I thought he was going to be a solid NFL running back. But what puts him in the top 5 of NFL running backs now is when he gets to that edge, it's over with. Like you got to have a guy 20 yards downfield who knows his angle, who's going to catch it.
Crazy thing about Cook is he's done that on every single level he's been on.
It's insane.
His high school tape was insane, college, and he's doing it now.
Watching
really crazy.
him and Yearby run the freaking read option was insane. Like, what do you do? You either stay home or you overcommit. And either way, if they make the right read, it's over with.
It's one of those deals like when you playing against a backfield like that, there's really nothing you can do as a coach. If you don't have guys, if you don't have dudes on your side of the ball, you just don't have it because you can draw a whole bunch of stuff up. But, I mean, if you got those two back there, it don't even matter, no matter how well you coach them. But if you got dudes that can actually match up, like you got, 4 or 5 Division I legit Power 5 D1 guys, you have a shot to stop them. But if you don't have that, I mean, you not wasting your time, but
it's a loss.
Can't be, you're gonna lose, and it is what it is. They both gonna go for like 150 minimum.
Hey, Cook hit 22 miles per hour with a pulled hammy.
Whatever happened to Speedy Noel, man?
I don't know.
Hold on.
He went to A&M, right?
Yeah, he's playing. He was playing in the XFL.
He was
last year.
Can I say something about Speedy? And I'm only gonna tell you this, Alo. You got to bring him up when we get Mike on the show, because the day he committed to A&M,
because he was supposed to go to LSU.
He was supposed to go to LSU. It was supposed to be Speedy Noel that had the quarterback. I forget the kid's name, but he had a rocket. I forget the kid's name. He would have been, made LSU basically the best cast in the country. He went to A&M, and I was at Mike's house. You know Mike Haygood, Benny. I'm at Mike's house watching the commitment. I'm like,
Big Mike.
Yeah, I'm like A&M. What the fuck is? I said I knew it was gonna be a flop from get-go. I knew it was gonna be a flop. It just didn't look right, bro. He the absolute waste. You remember they had this happened at LSU. This is a Texas kid, Russell Shepard. You remember him? He was a dog too.
Yeah, I remember Russell Shepard.
Oh, you were talking about Kyle Allen?
And they didn't know whether they wanted to use him as a receiver or as a quarterback. I remember Shepard perfectly.
Kyle Allen?
Kyle Allen was the number 1 QB in the country.
Was that the Rocket? The guy with the Rocket you talking about?
No.
That's what Davis was saying. I don't know. I read that wrong.
You talking about you talking about the guy that went to LSU, right? The quarterback that LSU signed. Wasn't that
what's that big boy? He played for one. He started 1 year.
2014.
It's a 2014 class. I'm gonna find
it wasn't Mettenberger, was it?
No.
Zach
Harris, something like that.
Oh, you talking about Brandon Harris?
Is that him?
Yeah, he coaches at Texas now.
Does he really?
Yeah, Brandon Harris was he was out here in Houston, then he went to Texas.
Mm-hmm.
He's at Texas. He's like a quality control guy. But yeah, Kyle Allen. I mean, that basically him and what's his name, Kyler Murray got something fired when they both left within a week.
Hey, mind you, just so y'all know that 2014 LSU class had Jamal Adams, it had DJ Shark, Will Clapp, Malachi Dupree. Everybody know about it. Leonard Fournette.
First of all, just the 2014 class in general. As I'm looking at it, it's just nasty. It's got Leonard Fournette, Myles Garrett, Jabril Peppers, Cam Robinson, Deshaun Watson, Humphreys, Dalvin Cook, Tez Tabor. Man, it's ridiculous.
Good God. But LSU class, y'all heard what I just said for LSU's class? That's fucking.
That's why when Speedy didn't go, I was watching it. The All American.
Devin Voorhees. I remember
Just look at
Devin
the running
Voorhees.
backs. Just look at the running backs in that one, man. Crazy.
What you think the total of the bag was? We can't talk about that.
Hey, we ain't
can't
talking about that.
He got a point. Who is this? Y'all know him? He been on point with his comments.
He's trying to get everybody in trouble. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah,
Dan
Squatch talking about that.
Redavius. Nah, Redavius. Oh, Dan Squatch.
Dan Squatch trying to get us.
Well, we all know bags drop. Let's leave it alone. We're not talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
Bags drop.
So LSU was paying bags for that recruiting class.
Yeah. That's why I thought, and when we was talking about Jimbo earlier, I thought he was an LSU lock when they mentioned his name, because they're gonna do what they have to do.
Marshawn Lattimore is in that class.
They don't have A&M money with the oil money.
No, they don't have that money, but they'll get it done. Betty, they'll get it done.
So Judge Uno just asked how everybody in this. Judge Uno just asked how everybody in this feels about Teddy Bridgewater, and I'm gonna speak for everybody. Teddy was that guy. We all love Teddy. Teddy's has had great potential, and he could have been that guy. He was a great quarterback.
Teddy should have been Miami Hurricane. He should have been Miami Hurricane.
Yeah, he should have been a Hurricane.
No, he did the right thing.
Huh?
Sometimes you got to get away from home.
He did the right thing.
This is my problem with that though, Benny, is the only reason he's not there is because Randy was gone. If Randy was gone, I think he would have been there. Now I'm not going to question the right thing theory, right? But the consistent thing with Miami now in the last
Patrick Mahomes. I'm sorry, that 2014 class had every fucking body.
But hold on, if you're gonna talk about it, let's talk about, because I got it up now. You got Juju Smith.
I'm looking at it. It's ridiculous.
Joe Mixon, Lorenzo Carter, Raekwon McMillan, right? I ain't gonna say nothing about Ermon Lane to y'all.
Hey, relax, man.
Ermon Lane played for
Whoa. Ermon, so when I watched him play, they played in the ESPN game. It was a Sunday, like it was like a noon game on Sunday.
Quentin Flowers.
I thought he was really gonna be that dude, but he waited too long to switch over to defense.
Right, I agree.
Because he was way
more natural at safety. I agree with that.
He was all right.
Malik Rozier.
Solomon Thomas, that's another NFL guy, right?
He was a top 5.
That was the 2014 class?
Yep.
But the 2014 class was stupid.
Solomon Thomas went like number 3 overall.
He went San Francisco top 5.
Christian McCaffrey. I ain't even mentioned McCaffrey yet. McCaffrey's in that class.
You mean Terrence's favorite slot receiver? That's what he was.
You know what?
Hey,
relax. Hold on, baby. So I want to go on record saying right now, when Christian McCaffrey came out, the real bone that I had to pick with him was people were saying he was just simply a better running back than Dalvin Cook.
He was.
No. Right now we can say that he's a better running back than Dalvin Cook, a better running back.
His best football season in the NFL as a running back.
As a runner of the football. I'm talking about as a runner of the football.
But he runs it too.
Yes.
He does. He's a great runner. And I'm a Carolina Panthers fan. Dude's probably the number 1 overall running back. And I will not deny that. But as a runner of the football, not more like okay. What
the conversation is what couldn't at the time? What couldn't Christian McCaffrey do? If you're gonna say he can't turn the corner like Dalvin Cook, that's the only thing you can say. But every other thing that you ask a running back to do, he did it at a high level.
I just feel like they undersold the other things that Dalvin.
Chris Godwin.
Chris Godwin was in that class too?
Keep going there. I'm just blurting out random names that I see on this damn 2014 class.
Curtis Samuel, Buda Baker.
It's ridiculous.
You know what I'm saying?
But now, mind you, I don't mind saying, I just want to double back to this. I don't mind saying I was wrong about Christian McCaffrey. But I never said Christian McCaffrey was going to be a terrible football player.
I never said that you did.
I just want to be clear that I think he could have been. He'd probably be the best slot receiver in the NFL right now. Am I wrong?
No,
He would be the best
is,
slot receiver right now in the NFL.
no.
Why not? As a route runner
that's
in the hands?
That's disrespectful to cats that's out there doing that for real every down.
I hear you. But if you ask me if I wanted to take one of those slot receivers or Christian McCaffrey on my football team, I'm taking Christian McCaffrey.
You take him over Juju?
Yes.
No.
At slot?
Yes.
I'm not even a Juju fan like that. You know
I'm not either.
Really?
Chris Godwin
Man.
is technically a slot. Chris Godwin is technically a slot. He naturally ends up in a slot position. There's no
because Chris Godwin and Juju ain't making dudes miss like Christian McCaffrey.
But they're doing it in a different context though, because a Godwin is going to line up in the slot and break you off everything on the route tree, including the bubble screen.
But we've seen Christian do that too. Maybe not as much, but we've seen him do it.
I'm gonna get off Christian, but we know Christian is in the NFL right now. In the NFL right now,
at the end of the day, I was wrong about him simply being a good pass catcher and not as good as running back as he is at this point. I was wrong. He is elite at multiple levels of playing a game of football, and I'm happy he's a Carolina Panther.
Sonny Michel was in that class, huh?
Sonny Michel too?
Yeah, Michel.
They signed him and Chubb at the same time, right?
Yep.
Right.
Oh man.
Derek Nandi was in that class. That's
Harold Landry was in that class.
Yep. I don't think you can find another one like that, bro.
Harold
Landry. Class is crazy.
Landry's the guy from Virginia, right?
From Boston College.
Boston College. Yeah, I'm
sure. You thinking of Quinn Blanding, I think.
The corner.
The safety, Quinn Blanding. You think if you're talking about corner, you think about Thornhill at Virginia. Thornhill. You have the offensive tackle, the dude that plays guard for the Colts. Quentin Nelson was in this class too. That's a Hall of Famer.
Solomon Thomas was in this class.
So we literally talking about a possibility of 5 to 7 Hall of Famers from that class.
Yeah, including Myles Garrett. Yeah.
Dalvin has potential. Christian McCaffrey has that potential. Quentin Nelson has that potential. And then I'm sure we named a couple other guys that meet me.
I'm still going through.
You see Will Greer. Of course I remember Will Greer.
Will Greer, yeah, he was in that class.
They just caught him on that needle, didn't they? That was the only reason he stopped being great.
Yeah.
And they tried to, I feel like they forced him out, real talk. I feel like they forced him out.
Where did he transfer to? Oh, he went to West Virginia.
Yep.
Yeah, he went to West Virginia.
Bro, West Virginia take you no matter what you got.
No matter what.
Well, he was at ULA.
Bro, we played Marshall my junior year, and it was like, I want to say it was like 2 weeks after we beat East Carolina when they had like a top 10 team. And freaking the running back is Darius. Is it Darius Marshall? He's from Orlando. He was from Orlando.
Isn't it Mims or something? I thought.
I don't know, but I remember he was from either Orlando or he was from South Carolina. One of them. He's from down south. He literally got busted for selling dope during the season, and he
played like 20 other guys I heard of from Florida. Like, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, he played against us, man, and we were like, bro, you were just in the paper, like you literally just like went to jail, bro, and you out here playing. I'm like, all right,
hey, bro, hey, some real shit. I got cut from my high school basketball team. I wasn't good enough, but the guy they cut me for actually had a scholarship to Florida State. I'm not gonna say his name, but the thing was he got caught. He got caught walking around with cocaine, and then he tried to hide it in his butt crack, man. And I just think about this guy, and I was like, damn it, I dunked on this dude twice in goddamn tryouts, and I got cut with this guy.
Yeah.
And you think about how many people just messed up. And here's the worst part, and I mean, maybe this is a little bit sensitive to some people. He was a white boy. Like he had no reason to be walking around doing these types of things. Like he wasn't trying to sell it. He wasn't supporting his family off of this. He just happened to have it because that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
And I look at this stuff. I'm like, it's so many people. Just you had a scholarship to Florida State. Now you got to go play at TCC.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I remember him.
Hey, we not saying no names. We ain't saying no names.
I ain't gonna say his name, but I know exactly who you're talking about. He
the
ended up
7-footer.
He ended up going after he went to JUCO.
He ended up at Florida State for a little bit.
I know who you're talking about. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, I got cut for him, but I dunked on him twice in trial. They cut me. I was like, for him?
But he's like 6'11", though, right?
He's 6'10", 6'11". We call him a 7-footer because there ain't too many dudes that tall.
Yeah.
Scarborough, Jalen.
Deshaun Watson was in that class. I'm looking at that.
Bro, that class is. I'm still going over.
Deshaun was in that class?
Yeah,
I already said that. That class was stupid.
Thoughts on
Travis? We're not talking about Travis. Like, that's dead. That's dead. We're not talking about it.
We ain't gonna talk about Travis. You got two dudes from Palm Beach in here.
We'll wait till that situation works itself out, and then A-Lo will address it when it needs to be addressed.
Hey, Benny, I'll say this. I'm gonna say this because it doesn't refer to Travis.
Yeah, that class was crazy.
Once I had a chance to leave West Palm, I stayed out of West Palm. You feel me? Like that. That's just too much, dog. People be wilding too much, bro. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah,
so to change the topic, somebody just brought up Willie Williams.
Willie
Williams was that dude.
That's the best football player I've ever seen in my life.
Man, he could have played whatever he wanted to. He was Boogie Miles.
You got to remember. I think he had, what was it, a state final where he had like 18 tackles or something like that.
Yeah, he transferred to Carroll City because he played for my cousin at Pace before he transferred to Carroll City.
There you go. Shit, you remember when we played Pace? They had to do that at fullback that were 20 years old or something like that.
Conrad Collins. And to be honest with you, we actually had a bunch of D1 guys, and they just walked all over us like
they
were.
But see, and Benny, we had a couple guys. I wasn't gonna say their names in this. There's at least one I could think of on the line that I thought was a lock-in D1 guy. At least one. You know what I'm saying? And it always
on our line.
Yeah. At least one that I thought was a lock. You know who it is? 54. I thought he was a lock for a D1 guy coming out of high school.
Yeah, but he signed with Illinois. But something happened with
that's why I said he played against them at Union College in Kentucky.
Yeah, that was right before Willie Williams got arrested for he was breaking into people's houses up there.
Yeah, bro. Stupid, bro. Talented dude, bro. Talented dude, man. I don't think I've seen another linebacker like that in my lifetime, bro. At the high school level, I don't think I've seen another dude like that, man. I don't know if we will either.
Boy was a linebacker in high school. The big beast at Miami. From Georgia, from that small island on right on Georgia.
Alan
Bailey was you see his highlight tape and you like, damn.
Mm-hmm. He's in the league off his body alone right now. That dude physical freak. Always gonna be one.
Yeah.
Always gonna be one, man. But that goes to like we were saying earlier, man, with these defensive linemen, linebackers, whatever, bro. I think if you got it in high school, bro, you threw it out, bro. You don't have to teach that guy that much. You know what I'm saying? I really don't think so, man. I think you just physically, you got some gifts that nobody can just. What you supposed to do with that? You know what I mean?
Right.
With that. I'm looking at the 2016 class. We jumping around. Rashawn Gary was the number 1 player in the country. I think he went first round. Right? Same thing with Dexter Lawrence, number 2 player.
He played for the Packers, I think.
Yeah, saying. And they're not great players in the league yet, but what are you gonna do with a body type of an athlete that good, man?
Hey, I'm telling you, they don't miss on those 5-star guys and those real high 4-star guys. They don't miss. They hit more than they miss.
Right.
Yeah. They see. I'll throw this to you. They're not gonna like 3 of these next 4 names. So this is the top. This is the top guys from 16. In order per 24/7, Rashawn Gary, Dexter Lawrence, Greg Little, Shea Patterson, Jacob Eason, Ed Oliver, Levante Taylor, Nick Bosa, Derek Brown, and Ben Davis, right? So I think out of that group, there's 1, 2, 4 first rounders in that batch. That's a pretty good clip if you ask me, Benny. Right? 4 out of your top 10 go first round. And then I think Terrence, what was Little for y'all? Was he a second rounder, third rounder, Greg Little?
Greg Little is second, third. I can't remember which exactly.
That's not bad. Shea Patterson and Jacob Eason flop.
Well, he's panning out though.
Whoa. Well, Eason didn't flop.
You think he reached his potential?
No, he didn't.
But he didn't flop though, because he only reason he lost his job to old boy at Georgia because he got hurt, and then he went back to Washington, and he had a pretty good career at Washington.
Hey, just to touch on Lorenzo Featherston. Lorenzo Featherston was not supposed to be that guy. He was a project player. He had the measurables, but he was just a project. Like
they say, Willie Williams was arrested over 100 times.
Hey, yeah, probably. Bobby Massey, Bobby Massey. He wasn't good enough.
I'll tell you what, though. I'll take a risk on a Willie Williams again.
Yeah. Hey, remember we was talking about bad guys who gonna get out there and put it on the line? Willie Williams was that guy.
No, let me get Willie Williams to North Dakota State, and he'll win me 8 national championships.
Nah, he might get you run out of that town.
That too.
They don't prove they can win without Willie Williams. So they gonna be like, yeah, we good, coach.
I took him at Florida State.
So do y'all remember the guy in he went to JUCO, but he was actually Chris Johnson, the starter over Chris Johnson in high school in Orlando. He actually got a camp invite for somebody, but like he got arrested because he shot at somebody in high school. So he ended up doing 5 years. So he goes to JUCO in California. Well, my senior year, we were cool. And so they told me I'm going to host them. But the day before, I guess one of the provosts pulled the plug on that and was like, no, that cat cannot visit here. Like, did 5 years in the pen and everything, came back, went to JUCO, balled out, and then he ended up going to New Mexico State, played like a year, and then he tried to go to the league, and I think he got on the practice squad.
Yeah.
But Chris Johnson was his backup in high school.
At Olympia.
Yeah, I'm from Orlando.
I gotta find him.
That's not Banks. That's somebody else. That's somebody else besides Brian Banks. That's damn, what was his name?
I can't think of his name, but that was like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah. I forget what game it is. Just talking Chris Johnson. I think it was their bowl game versus Boise State
in Hawaii.
Yeah. And I saw him outrun every single angle on the football field. And I'd never seen that before, especially from a kid from ECU. But he outran everybody had the angle on him. And he took it off from like 200 total that game or something like that. He's a monster, man. He's a monster. I don't know how you don't see that. I mean, granted, he played at Olympia in Orlando. That's not like a football school by any means. You know what I'm saying? But how do you miss that kind of speed, man? I don't know, man.
Was he undersized? Was he undersized when he was coming out?
I think so. I've heard stories.
Probably had to be something with it.
Yeah.
Or grades, or it could have been like behavior.
Grades could have been a thing.
Could have been both. Yeah. But how does that end up at ECU? A guy that ends up running 4.2.
Bro, I can tell you from personal experience and what I'm dealing with now. These coaches miss because they don't actually look. They don't actually do their own homework. They miss. When you do your own homework, you don't miss on kids.
Right.
Like, I mean, if you're just going on the rivals list and looking at the top 300 kids and basically offering all of them, I mean, okay, yeah, you will hit more than you miss. But if you actually do your homework on a kid and watch his tape, look at his drill tape, look at transcripts and actually talk to people, you won't miss. You should hit on about 95% of the kids if you actually did your own homework on all these kids.
I like that you say that. I like that you say that.
Let me ask you something. I'm not going to ask for a name, but is there a staff, maybe a school that you run into that you feel does that better than others? You know what I'm saying? You don't even have to say the name. Actually, it would help if you did, but
Yeah,
you
and
know,
the guys who are winning consistently, they're the guys who are actually doing their homework, because it's not rocket science. If a kid can't play in college, I mean in high school, the kid's probably not going to be good for you. You know, and or if a kid is okay in high school and he doesn't have the elite traits, or you know, he's just undersized and if he's undersized and doesn't have elite traits, then he's probably not gonna work out. Like, but yeah, there are some staffs that we talk to where they're just flat out not doing the homework, because we're sitting with guys who literally could go play for them right now, and you don't want them. So it's like, yeah, it happens.
I think that's sad, man. And again, when we talk recruiting on here from time to time, and obviously we'd love to have you back again, Ben. But when
Benny can come on at any time.
You know, it absolutely, bro. But we talk recruiting, man, and like I look at our classes in Miami, and we're very happy we got these big names, but I'm really trying to figure out the skill sets of these guys who aren't the heralded recruits. Gregory Rosal, before he came to us, he was a 3-star kid. You know, I want to see what Manny's doing, because that's how I judge the health of the program, right? If we're taking a kid that's ranked, you know, say 400 in the recruiting rankings or 500, and we're developing that kid into a third round, second round, first round type talent, well, that means your coaching staff is actually doing their job, right? They're getting out there, identifying and developing talent. And I love to see that. I love to see that more than I like to see. Now, mind you, love me some James Williams and Leonard Taylor in this class. They're going to be stars one day, right? But it's all the kids behind them that are going to make the class what it is, not just them. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm looking for.
You get a kid that's ranked 400 and Miami's wants him. Look at his offers, because a lot of times those kids can be mid 3 stars and they literally have more offers than some of the 4-star guys.
Bama and all those guys, yeah.
Yeah, it's like this kid is a clear dog, is what he is, and everybody sees it. They don't care what the recruiting services say. Everybody that's done their homework on him is like, we gotta have him, because like, I mean, I'll bring up Barry again. Barry, everybody in the country wanted Barry, and he was like a you know, a high 3-star, but it's like he's a 3-star, but you watch 30 seconds of his tape and you're like, well, he's an offer kid right away.
Right.
You know, and a guy I may have to even do something illegal to get.
Yeah, I'm with you, because no offense to the guys who run the Rivals and the 247 websites, but I mean, they're not all of them really know sometimes what they're looking. I mean, it's easy. Some guys, okay, that's a 5-star. We can all see that. Some of the guys that run that website, I'm not sure how much they really know sometimes what exactly they're looking like.
And they're not allowed to give out. There's only a certain amount of 4 and 5 stars that they can give out. So sometimes they literally just run out of them, and it's like, well, my bad. I've had this kid as a 4-star a while ago, but this kid I'm just not looking at is better than him. But I can't give this other kid, this new kid, I can't give this new kid this 4-star, because I ran out of stars to give. So I'm just a 3-star. But if you look at his offer list will justify, you know, this guy's it. You know,
that dude.
Alabama signing 3 stars. A lot of people don't really
look at that guy.
Yeah, they do.
3-star, the first round pick.
Yeah, and they'll play.
If you do the right scouting, there's nothing wrong with signing them.
Right.
Shout out to Rose. He realized I got the spring game plan.
I've been noticed it.
Yeah, he I switched it up a little bit.
Hey, real quick. Our spring games tomorrow from Miami. And
let's watch. What time is it?
Man,
super early. I'll be at work.
11 for us, Terrence.
Let's do a rewatch.
Is there anything that you'd be looking for that in Benny in Miami spring game this year?
Garcia.
Woo!
But it's gonna have to be. It's gonna have to be Van Dyke and Garcia. Is gonna be obviously the two.
Yeah.
Let's say
King's not gonna.
Let's say you get a Jameis Winston type showing out of Garcia. Does that shut it down?
Hell.
No, Derek King's my quarterback.
There's no question.
Like, I said you get a remember we got a Jameis Winston type show when
we didn't have a quarterback like that though. But we didn't have EJ wasn't there. EJ had just been drafted in the first round.
Oh, we had nobody.
Let me say this. What did Jameis have? What did Jameis
that job was wide open when Jameis had that performance in the spring game.
Right. But what did Jameis have to build up to that though? That's my question. He had a year.
He threw it over the building. He threw it over the college house. Like that's what he did.
No, but he redshirted a year, yeah.
But he had a year, and I think Garcia, if you can give him that year, you give him that year, just like you give Van Dyke another year. Everybody's raving about Van Dyke for us. I want to see both of them spin it. That's what I want to see.
Can Garcia steal it from King? No. Okay.
No, man, everybody's committed to King. Listen, unless something happens, and this is possible, it's not realistic, but unless Garcia shows up the fall camp and he's Peyton Manning in his prime, you know what I'm saying? Like, unless you have that kind of relief where Garcia comes to camp and it's just like, yeah, everything I throw is for 6, then no, De'Aaron King's the starter.
So if he comes in as a Jameis type week, if he does, well, I know I'm reaching here, he has a Jameis type spring game. He doesn't steal it from King?
No.
I brought King there for a reason.
Terrence, I'm telling you, Jameis didn't have any competition. Well, Jimbo said Jacob Coker and
was
Jameis
amazing to watch.
It was a good. Yeah, but I'm saying there was no competition, though, is my point.
Mm-hmm.
His competition was Jacob Coker.
Right.
Oh, it was Coker. And wasn't Trickett? Trickett wasn't there?
No.
Trickett was
gone. EJ was gone. Trickett was in West Virginia.
Hey,
Trickett was in West Virginia by then.
Y'all should have left EJ Manuel in Virginia. He was not good.
Man. No, EJ Manuel went like 11-2 for us, man. Like what?
EJ Manuel was not that good, and then he got
11-2, bro. Relax, man. Like I'm not the hugest fan of EJ. He's not gonna be disrespectful.
Hold on, EJ Manuel.
I didn't like EJ. I'm sorry. I love Jameis.
EJ was our best quarterback in a long fucking time. In all honesty,
you think EJ was better than Ponder?
Better than Ponder? Yes.
No, he was not better than Ponder.
Oh, stop it.
He could have better than Ponder.
I think EJ had more physical tools than Ponder, but I always felt like Ponder had more of a it type of deal.
Ponder was a better quarterback.
Ponder had better awareness. EJ had better
quarterback. He played the position better. We've been through this with Jimbo QBs, right?
William Washington said it was to earlier thing I was talking about. Kenny Turner was the guy that played with Chris Johnson.
That is his name. Yep.
But we talked about Jimbo QBs previously. He runs a great system. It's usually a half field read, and all those guys play within it. Christian in that same system was better than EJ. There's no question. But it's when you get a Jameis.
The don't show that.
Huh?
Our actual production on field don't show that.
But the team got better.
Yeah,
so
I think
a better team, he's going to win more games.
One of my biggest knocks for EJ is that team Jameis won with. EJ had the exact same team. Matter of fact, he probably had a more talented team because that team had Bjorn Warner and Tank Carradine.
Right. Y'all were just starting to peak.
Bjorn Warner, the sack master. The German hammer. Bjorn Warner was Bjorn Warner. Everybody
just saying that 12 team. That 12 team kind of underachieved, and a lot of that had to do with EJ.
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah. All I was saying.
Can I say that I remember I was watching the draft with Mike, by the way, when EJ got drafted. We almost walked out of the restaurant. I was drinking a Jameson and ginger ale. I said, EJ Manuel go to the Bills.
Bro,
what's wrong with the NFL?
I died laughing.
Did you see?
I think we had our chat at that point. Did we not have our chat?
It was
because I know I died laughing. It was in a group. I bust out laughing when EJ went to the Bills.
EJ, but did you see the Bills' reasoning for drafting him?
What was the reason?
It was stupid. It wasn't stupid. It was like I understood what they were saying, but they were like, that's the only reason they drafted him because he has big hands and they play in cold weather. And I was like, but there are other quarterbacks in the draft that have big hands. And so I'm like, how do you pick him out of the other quarterbacks?
Let's be real.
Fisher even said he wouldn't have picked him.
Who went after him that was better than him?
Everybody in the draft.
Bingo.
No. Stop, man. Stop.
Bingo.
No, let's measure it out. Who was a better quarterback than him after that? Maybe one or two other guys.
Maybe Geno went after him, right?
Geno's better than him?
I'm just saying the name because I don't really remember that quarterback class.
Geno's still in the league.
What class was that?
So is Mike Glennon. Mike Glennon's still in the league.
Yes.
Get out of here. Mike Glennon, man.
Mike Glennon, they chose Mike State over
that quarterback class wasn't very good at all.
But hold on, you can't argue the fact that Mike Glennon still has a job. He has a job playing football. There's no arguing that. Same thing with Geno. Geno is backing up a future Hall of Famer.
There's a lot of quarterbacks that have a job that aren't better.
EJ's got a job. He's on the ACC network.
Yeah, EJ plays Robin to Mark Rick's Batman on EJ.
He's on the ACC network.
So mind you, if we want to really go there, we cannot sit here and say that what's the guy? Not Matt.
I like Ponder better. I just put it like that.
Matt Barkley's still in the league, and Matt Barkley is trash.
I've always felt like I got to go with Ponder because I've always felt like EJ held that 2012 team.
But I'm saying Matt Barkley.
And for me, that's his biggest indictment.
Matt Barkley is not a NFL quarterback.
We ain't talking about Matt Barkley.
That doesn't mean he's a better actual player. You
don't like Barkley over EJ Manuel?
No, I never did.
That's the bias.
No, Matt Barkley is not good enough.
That's the bias.
He was never good enough. He had plenty of talent at USC, and he was trash.
He didn't have as much talent as EJ did on the FSU.
At all. Nowhere near.
The thing was, he was trash. And at least EJ went 11-2 against good competition.
EJ Manuel, and this is to the point.
If they would have started Jameis as a true freshman as well, we would have went for Natty.
EJ is 4 or 5 plays from competing for a national championship.
But the point is he didn't though. He didn't
because of his own doing.
It is his doing, but that's the difference between Matt Barkley was never that close
because he played at Southern Cal.
Bro, that Florida State team, 12 team was just as good as the 13 team.
Can I just say, Benny, you can. I mean, you actually play college ball, and you've seen.
I hope y'all see this play behind us. Y'all see that boy, right?
Yeah.
We won't see it against Miami, but you look at from coast to coast. We can agree that the Pac-12 is not some stellar.
Nope, I muted you because you're not going to disrespect us like that. So.
I love it.
Continue.
You saying the Pac-12 is what?
It's not some stellar conference. I can agree with that, but the ACC at the time wasn't that far ahead of it. Number one.
Are we talking about the 12?
Yeah, and number 2 is tell me somebody. Terrence, tell me somebody that Matt Barkley played with in college.
I think the ACC was better in 12 and 13 than it is now.
Okay, so who
that's a tough question. Only because I didn't pay attention because USC was just garbage to me.
But who did he play with?
He had Robert Woods and he had he had the boy
other receiver
Marquise Lee.
Okay, were either of them as good as Kelvin Benjamin in college?
Robert Woods was icy.
Robert was good.
Benjamin in college.
I mean, what? Kelvin wasn't Kelvin until that year. Kelvin had lapses. Kelvin had to become that guy.
But then you forgot about future Mackey Award winning tight end Nick O'Leary. And then you talk about Devontae.
And that's what I'm saying. EJ had all of those guys. All of those guys that Jameis got best tight end of the year. And you know, Jameis had those guys. I mean, EJ had those same guys. Devontae Freeman. He had the same O-line. He had the same weapons.
Right. Mind you, and Terrence, you know I'm anti-Big 12 to the death. I don't like it.
Only thing that 12 team didn't have was what? Jalen Ramsey?
Correct. You absolutely.
Wait, Ramsey was on that national championship team?
Yes, sir.
As a true freshman.
Oh, because he played safety.
Yeah, he played safety. He wasn't at the star position. He was safety at that time.
Yeah.
Next to Terrence Brooks.
Hell, I think that 12 team even had Greg Reed.
Yeah,
I think it did.
Greg Reed had his own issues.
I mean, EJ, you know, I do personally. I've always blamed EJ for that 12 that year. That year.
Yeah.
I do too, but let's not act like he wasn't. He was good. He was a solid player. He wasn't terrible. We've had plenty. We've had plenty of worse quarterbacks before him. And
I never said he wasn't.
I don't think was better. Than
okay.
I never said he wasn't. He was like
he wasn't a first round pick.
He definitely wasn't.
He wasn't. I
think Xavier Rhodes was on that day. Yeah, Xavier Rhodes was on that 12 team. I mean, the 12 team was loaded, bro. The 12 team was loaded. It should have won a championship. It should have won a natty.
Like I said, like I'm not sitting here. I laughed when he went first round. I was like, "Shit, what the Bills suck it."
But that whole class was bad. That class was bad.
FSU, let's go, baby.
That's when we knew the fix was in. They was trying to keep that AFC East as weak as possible.
And Jimbo did a good job selling his quarterbacks.
Come on, man. Hey, but so you mentioned before you got up, Benny. You mentioned Garcia. What you want to see from the kid? What you want to see from Garcia tomorrow?
I want to see if he knows how to play with a few grown men. There's a difference between playing with high school. Even the really good high school players are still boys. I want to see if he can handle the speed of the game, the windows being tighter.
Yeah.
Even though they can't hit him or they shouldn't allow them to hit him. I want to see if he can handle the heat. Just having somebody, around you like that. I want to see if he can handle the heat of the rush, Yeah. Am I expecting him to look like De'Aaron King? No, because De'Aaron King's a grown man. Right. But I want to see, I would like to see him, I would like to see some promise. If I would like to see if he has what it takes to possibly mature into the next,
guy.
The next guy, the next 3-year starter that Miami has to offer. So I mean that'll be interesting to see. I really don't know too much about Van Dyke. They saying it's a neck and neck contest, but I mean
he's just got a cannon, man. He just a big. I call him a gun turret. You know what I'm saying? He just stand back there and sling it. I'll say this. Adrian, I'm not sure if you will watch. Adrian, I know you work in Terrence. You'll probably just watch the troll, but I think you're going to see Manny is starting to move towards positionless football. That's what I think he's trying to move towards. I think he's trying to play one Mike backer, and I think he wants another 5 guys on that back end that can play multiple positions. That's what I think he's trying to move towards. He just converted a strong safety to the weak side, another strong safety to the outside linebacker position.
You talking about old boy from Gardens that he moved down?
Gervin's still a safety.
You're talking about Carter.
Yeah, Carter. Yeah.
He went to Gardens too.
Yeah, he went. So he's an outside linebacker now, and they got this kid from Chaminade, Keontre Smith. They moved him from striker to weak side linebacker. So that's what I think will happen.
I'm gonna mess you up with this one.
Here you go.
Do you know whose nephew Gervin Hall is?
No.
EJ Morgan.
Real shit.
That's EJ Morgan's nephew.
Why do I know
That's
that?
Crazy. EJ's a year behind us. EJ played tight end in DN for us.
Yeah.
In high school. His mama I didn't know that. That's crazy.
That's his sister's son.
That's crazy. Gervin's a beast. I like Gervin. I like Gervin a lot. I've always liked Gervin, man. I always liked him. I think from a scheme point, Benny, you would understand this. What we was running last year, I felt like it kept Gervin in the box. I think Gervin's a field safety at the free. You know what I'm saying? And if you get him and you tell him to stay in one spot on the field, I think it makes him a bad football player, man. It makes him a real bad football player, man.
He was a violent guy. The first time I saw his highlight tape in high school, I just was like, oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm. Disgusting. Them FSU boys know about him. They know about him.
Who?
Absolutely know about him. Gervin.
Who?
You don't hear his name called that much. He's a great cover guy now, Benny. I think he's gonna be all right. But I didn't know
who you talking about.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't. According to him, a game last year never happened either, but we ain't gonna talk about that in here tonight.
We played last year.
You see what I'm saying? Hey,
COVID
year.
It's COVID, man.
Hey, Terrence was at my
We
house.
count COVID.
2
We
years
count
ago.
COVID years.
Was it 3 years ago, Terrence? You was at the house when y'all was up on us, and then it got real quiet for like the last 45 minutes.
But you realize I never talked shit though.
Right?
I never talked shit. I was at 3 years ago. I never talked shit.
Yeah.
I was like, well, we gonna see how this goes.
Bro, what part of Dallas you in, Terrence?
Now I'm in Arlington actually.
Yeah.
But I was living downtown Dallas, man. Like right by the arena, by the Dallas Mavericks arena.
Yeah.
Yeah, they took care of me when I moved out here. So SMU was like, I rolled through there like a couple times, hung out around the campus. It's an interesting area. I'm pretty sure you had a good college life. But it's and then
Knox Henderson or whatever that is.
I'm pretty sure you would hit up those Thursdays at what's that place? I can't remember the name of the place, man. Good little spot. I'm pretty sure you ended up there a couple times though. But it's a solid. I mean, I love Dallas, man. Dallas is beautiful, man.
It's a good city, man. Good city.
Yeah, and then I rolled up on Jared for his birthday up there near North Texas.
Yeah.
Den's cool, man.
You in them burbs for real up there.
He in the burbs. Like, well, I mean, Arlington. I like Arlington because I'm over here by the Improv. I'm out here.
Yeah.
It's a solid area. I'm looking forward to going out to Allen. I got a cousin-in-law who used to play for Allen. So I'm gonna spend some time out there, just going and checking out the team. But he actually plays. I think he's in Washington now. He played for Washington football team.
What's his name out there now, Benny? Chad Morris. Chad Morris is out there.
Yeah, he is.
High school. That's crazy.
That's where he's gonna retire from. He needs to leave that college stuff alone. He can be a college coordinator. He's not a college.
Yeah, I agree. You be a coordinator, not a head coach.
Yeah, he's gonna kill at Allen.
High school.
Yeah, because that high school thing, he got that down to a T, boy.
Wasn't he? He was at Lake Travis. Was he at Lake Travis?
Yeah, before he went to Tulsa.
Yeah. Okay, I thought so.
I saw him at CVS, man. Real random. I think I text you, Jurgen, when I saw. I was like, man, I just saw.
Yeah.
Man, we've done 4 hours strong.
You sure have.
Yeah.
So I think it's about that time. Yeah, it's about that time.
I think
I'm gonna go around. I want to go around the panel and get any closing remarks. I'm gonna start with Benny, since you were the guest, Benny.
Man, I really enjoyed my time, man, with you guys. I learned some things, and it's always great to talk ball with cats who are passionate about it, and anytime y'all want me to come back on, I'm with it. Especially it's Friday nights are actually a really good time, and keep me out in the streets,
Hey, I might come out there and be in them streets with you in Houston real soon, man.
Your ass at home.
Yeah, you come out here and get these streets in Houston and be like, boy, I don't like Dallas no more.
Now we're going to Houston for Bible study. We're going to Houston for Bible
Yeah, okay.
study.
That's what we're gonna tell the wives.
Yeah, we're gonna read the good book. Hang on,
man. But I appreciate you coming on, man. I definitely had a good time tonight, and like you said, I learned a lot too. I always learn a lot when I talk to guys.
Man.
Yeah.
Is this gonna be saved? Is this like we can just
so you just go to my channel, 863 Seminole TV, and it's gonna be on there. All 4 hours of it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna use this to make like a week's worth of videos. I'm gonna chop this up.
Yeah, we got a lot of good information here today.
Yeah.
What you got, Terrence? You got any closing remarks?
Man, I enjoyed tonight. I think I know we weren't gonna touch on it, but I want to be clear, man. If anything, if there are some young guys watching these shows, if there's guys who are in college who happens to watch ALO, guys in the NFL, man, get somebody on your team who's gonna take care of you. I've seen a lot of unfortunate things happen with guys and be put in certain situations. You got a future. You feel like you got a future. Get some people on your team, and I just want to put that out there. Get some people on your team. Maybe they ain't got to take just somebody to pull you back, bro. Somebody to grab and say, yeah, it's not worth it. Say, hey, don't do nothing. Nah, it's not where we need to be. Let's roll out here. You need somebody on your team to put you in check, bro.
Terrence with the public service announcement, and the liquor's starting to get him to talk sensitive. Jared, what you got for us?
Nah, man. Hey, just I don't know. Last time I sat and really had a conversation with Benny, man. So Benny, I appreciate you.
This was a good reunion for y'all, man.
Oh yeah, I've been knowing Benny since 6th grade, bro. I've been knowing Benny for 21 years.
Devils.
Roosevelt Devils, baby. You know what I'm saying? Benny, Najee, all these boys, man. I've been knowing my whole life. So just great to get your input, Benny. We'll be back here soon enough, I'm sure. And of course, when the season, the summer gets going and season gets going, we'll have a lot more to talk about, man. So I look forward to having you around, Benny, man. And it's great talk. And I'll try to stay off of Kyle Pitts until we see him.
Until he gets drafted.
Hey, until he gets drafted to the Bucks. When they trade
Benny, when's your season start? Any COVID restrictions for y'all this year? I know it's Texas, so probably not.
Man, we missed 3 days. All this whole year we missed 3 days. And so no, I mean we got spring ball May 3rd. We got that for a month, and then we have season gonna start like second week in August we'll start our scrimmages, and then we'll be full go.
Definitely want you back on here once your season gets going and give us an update on what's going on there. Tell everybody where you coach at again.
I'm at C.E. King High School, northeast side of Houston, Sheldon ISD.
Who we gotta watch out for, man? Can we get 2 or 3 guys we gotta watch out for?
This year, we got a couple. We have a center who I believe is a pro in
Drop
3
those
years.
names, man. Drop those names, man.
His name is Van Wells, class of 2022. He's actually the number 4 ranked center in the country right now, according
Van Wells.
24/7. We have a running back, Jarrell Wembley. Right now,
that name sounds familiar.
His biggest offer is from Nevada. Actually, Florida State is actually recruiting Van, and they may pull the trigger here and offer him soon. But he's a grown man, and he'll play right away. But and then we have a kid. He's probably got the biggest upside of anyone. He's a 2023 kid. He's 6'5.5", about 255 right now. D-line. He's an end for us, but he'll be a D tackle in college named Dylan Spencer. He's number 68 in the country right now. I think it's with 24/7 or Rivals, one of them.
Okay.
But those are probably the 3 names, and we have a sleeper. I'm gonna throw a sleeper out there for everybody. There's a kid by the name of Josh Lane. He's 6'7", 295 pounds, and when I tell you a man that large is not supposed to move like that, Yeah,
Josh Lane.
Offensive
Josh
tackle.
Lane. Yeah, offensive
Good
tackle.
information, man. Good information.
Dope. All right. So again, thank Benny for showing up tonight. Of course, thank my two co-hosts who are always here with me. Thanks everybody who showed up in the chat. Hit the like button on the way out if you didn't hit it on the way in. And I had a good. I didn't get to drink with y'all tonight because I got to work tomorrow. So
Next
next
time.
time, next time I'm gonna be on Terry.
I told you I need the address.
Yeah, I'll send you my address.
We got you.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. But all right, guys, man. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good night, man.
Let y'all boys.
I appreciate y'all, boys.
All right, fellas. Y'all take it easy.
All right, man. Have a good night. It's your boy, and we got you.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Go Noles.